Well, that was a delightful little song. I don't think I've heard that one before. Hello, hello. Welcome, Ghoulish Misfit, Magistrate Iron Lung, Norman Grey, Death's Head, Foggy Wall with the Alexanders, Ghoulish Misfit again, Magistrate Iron Lung again, and Arith Winterfell again. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so if one of those songs had a noise in there that you were like, this song oddly sounds like it has a cat coughing in there. That seems like an odd choice. No, it wasn't the song. It was just my cat coughing. Hello, Danica Girl. Is that how I should say that? Or is it like Danica Grill? Are you opening a grill or are you the Danica Girl? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so, and then Bella walked on the desk and she knocked over something that made a big noise. So, yes, it's both. It's the girl and the grill. Incredible. Love it. Alrighty, Roo. I don't have Discord up. Okay, hold on. But welcome, welcome everybody. I hope that you're having a good day so far. And there were cheers. I didn't say thank you for the cheers. Thank you for the cheers, Death said to Norman. Oh yeah, you even unlocked a hype train. That was awesome. It's the gender fluidity. It's either a girl or a grill. Incredible. Congratulations! It's a grill! Love it. Alright. If you are new here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed. They can and will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. Encores can be unlocked through cheering. And I just realized the encore bar is on the other one. Where'd it go on this one? There you are. Why have you decided to be a struggle? It kind of looks like I made the purple so dark that now it kind of looks like just ominous black particles in the butterfly. I might have to change the color again. What was I saying? Oh yeah, you can unlock them through cheering. There are 4 encores that you are able to unlock. That is deeply appreciated when, whoa, somebody did a beefy cheer. Bada boom, says Ghoulish. Thank you so much. I changed the color from yellow because I wanted it to match the background more, but now I think it matches the background too much, and now it blends in too much. See, this is why I don't look at the chat, because now I'm all distracted. When I'm making my speeches, I mean. I do look at the chat, but not in my speeches. Yes, it's deeply appreciated when you cheer. The people that get their stories unlocked appreciate it, and I appreciate it. It's a nice thing to do. If you'd like to be in the guaranteeds, there's a thing that you gotta do. And that thing is to subscribe. And you can subscribe on Twitch or on Discord. Yeah, I haven't done a good job of saying this the same on Twitch lately, have I? It's the same on Twitch. But here is the Discord view. So the $3 tier is the Bookworm tier that gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts and you can submit 2 stories to the story submission area. And then the Cocoon and Silk is $5 a month, and you get access to all those things, and then you are in the guaranteeds when you submit. And then you can submit 3 submissions. Oh yeah, I didn't change the prompt thing. Okay, hold on a sec. And then the $10 a month tier gives you access to all those things. Then you can submit 4 submissions, and you can submit 7 word prompts instead of just 5. And I mentioned last week that I wanted to make a cocooned perk that you can submit 6 word prompts, and I forgot to change it. And then prompt pull direct, so the first prompt that you submit in the secret supporter chat automatically gets added to the final pull, provided that there are no issues with it. And then you can have a universe tag if you want, but you do need to DM me or tag me to let me know that you want that each week. Oh, now the butterflies covering the kitties. Where did you go? Can I make the butterfly look more like it's like... I can kind of make it between them. I guess that works. But yes, these are your perks. And then on Twitch doesn't have a $3 a month subscription tier, but these ones are the same. And then I've been working for too long on the Ascended one perk, but at some point you will have a higher tier, and I will let you know what wonderful perks you can have with that at a later date. That is a new hype gif over in the not so private chat. Thank you for the cheer, Death's Head. And thank you for the cheer, Mako. Appreciate it. Hello, Steel Bulwark. Thank you for telling us in your title that you're Ashikkon / Steel Bulwark. Otherwise, I would have not known who you were. But now I'm like, that's why. That's why the different names. Hey, thank you for the subscription, Dani. Really appreciate that. Yes, make sure that your Twitch and your Discord are connected so that goes through and the perks go through. Well, we can find out. We can find out right now. Say something in the stream chat over on the Discord, and we will know if they are properly synced. Alrighty-roo. Well, I do have some housekeeping things, but before I talk about those things, then I will show you the list. So, our list is, for our guarantees, Norman, Marx, Makokam, Arith, Winterfell, and a potential bonus 5th. Then for our generals, we have Shinny, Dani, Ashikkon, and Spectre. So if you don't know, that bonus 5th thing basically means that I have practiced a 5th story, but I cannot guarantee that we are actually going to read that. It really depends on A, how tired I am when I get to that point, and B, how many stories we have unlocked. And this is, as far as I know, an end of the month stream, and so that means that we'll get more unlocked, and so don't get your hopes up too high that we're gonna do that one. Just know that it's there as an option. Yeah, I appreciate that. No, and me first? Amazing. But yeah, so, I mean, I'm kind of asking everyone, but particularly Death Said, do you appreciate this setup of the names more? Because usually I have them, like this, but then that means that you can't really take a picture of them all as well. They're all spread out, but like this, they're more squunched but easier to take a picture of. So which format do you prefer? It's a Keelai stream. What does that mean? I mean, I know it's a riff on Kaylee, but what was I gonna? Oh yeah, and you are a full-on debut, Ashikkon, aren't you? Dani is returning, but you're totally new. Key plus Kaylee. What are we doing about keys? Oh, Ashikkon is also returning. Okay. Gotcha. I'm sorry I did not remember your name. Okay, so let me go look at the things I was wanting to talk about. Oh, yes, okay. First thing to talk about. This is something I want to add to my intro every week, so if any of you remember and I don't, like, shout it, say it in the chat in future streams. If there's anything in this stream that you particularly like, that you, like, there was like a 30-second moment that I said something particularly funny or insightful that you're like, that was a good part, make a short of it. Or make a clip of it, I guess. I don't remember what they're called on Twitch. But yeah, because I would love to make shorts of these streams to post on the channel, because I know there's lots of like really fun and funny moments that happen during these streams, but after the stream is over, I'm like, I don't want to watch 5 hours just to find a single funny joke. So they are called clips. Okay, yeah, so if there's anything that you thought was funny out of the stream, make a clip of it, and if I also like it, then I might try and make shorts out of those. And or if there's something particularly funny that happens, but you're like struggling to use that feature or don't want to or whatever, like put this timestamp in the stream chat and say something like clip timestamp, and then or clip start or something like that. Even if it's not, like, completely 100% correct, just giving us a rough time so that me or somebody else can go back in the future and, not back to the future, back in the future, and clip that particular part, because without that little timestamp, it is lost to the winds. Thank you, Dani. Achoo! Massive cheer. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Gotcha. You were under the tail fountain before. Sorry about that. It's the attention-seeking allergies. Amazing. Alrighty. Oh yeah. So another thing to note is that. Don't forget that the Valentine's event this is like the last week for it. I created an event for it, so let's actually just like put that on screen and directly show everybody what's happening. Okay, I think this should be fine. I don't know if that's tiny. I mean, it's up here for me too, but there you go. Okay, so the last day to submit is February 28th. So keep that in mind and finish up your stories, be them for your universe or for a partner thing. As usual, if you guys are desperate for an extension, you can tell me, but I've been doing that so much, I really would appreciate if we can just really keep the deadline in mind this time and just go for it. So if you are liable to forget, and or you just want to keep that little reminder, then make sure that you hit follow or interested on this event, because this event will end when the deadline has been reached. I guess I could add that to it as well, just to be clear for everybody. It gets cut off, but okay. So, if you don't know what all that's about, it's just a fun little holiday thing for Valentine's. If you have a universe that you write your stories in, so this is kind of like, this could be like a book series or just a particular world that you like to write a bunch of stories in, then you can write a Valentine's type story for that. The main requirement is that it needs to be about love of some kind. It doesn't have to be romantic love, but it should be focused on love. That shouldn't be just like an afterthought to the story. And then there's some other rules that you should definitely check out in the rules channel just to make sure you know what all is going on. So, and then you can also, I mean, this part's past, but before you could sign up to be partnered with somebody to write a story together. So that's something you should hopefully be seeing some stories for as the week goes on. We will probably, people seem to like it, so the next holiday/season event, that'll probably be an option again. So if you're like, I'm interested in that, keep your eyes and ears peeled for the ping. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the partner ping. So Danica, you do have you do have them connected. You're purple, so yeah, you got that right. That worked out. Let's see. So the other thing I wanted to talk about. Let me think about how I want to talk about it. Oh no, we don't want to peel our partners. No. Your first draft with redraft. Nice. That's good. Hey, I'd do it if I could. Wait, what does that mean? You signed up for the partner thing, right? Did your partner never respond? That's a problem if so. Yeah, but anyways, so I've been talking to you guys about how I'm working on this reaction channel and everything, right? So I don't know if I've said directly, but I'm working on creating multiple channels. So there's the A Moth in the Archive channel, and that is where the VODs for this go. That is the channel mainly for the writing group. And I have read some classical literature on streams before, and I would like to do more of that in the future. And I have put those VODs on the archive channel, but what I'm starting to do is make edited versions of those videos that are a lot more digestible. So those will be like 20-30 minute videos probably. Well, basically the line is that I want to have it be a chapter per video, so I guess some chapters might be long. Yeah, so they'll be edited so that, like, me, like, futzing with the mic and stuff like that, those kinds of things get cut out, so it's just the story, just whatever book I'm reading and my comments on that. So hopefully that should be a lot more digestible and watchable. So that is going to go on a channel called A Moth in the Library. And I think what I'm probably going to do is also create a channel called A Moth in the Library VODs and move the VODs of the reading stuff from the archive to over there. So that is a channel that I'm working on. Another channel that I'm working on is I'm going to be doing the same thing, or at least I plan to, for my gaming content. How to explain it? I am creating a new channel, so I actually already did have this A Moth in the Arcade channel where I put the VODs. But because of certain reasons, which I could explain if you want me to, I decided that I need to make separate email accounts for each of these channels, so I made a new account for A Moth in the Arcade. So that one also, I believe, is going to be A Moth in the Arcade is for those edited gaming videos. That should hopefully be like 20-30 minutes, and then A Moth in the Arcade VODs should be those long, just the VOD of the stream. And then the third channel that I'm working on, which I'm honestly most excited about, is my A Moth in the Theater channel, which is going to be my reaction channel. So I have reacted to all of Arcane, and I am currently in the process of reacting to Castlevania Nocturne. Don't spoil anything for anybody in the chat. But yeah, so these are the things I'm working on. This is why I have not been streaming new stuff. I really want to, as best I can, get the older stuff, the previous stuff, ready to go, edited on those channels before I start adding new content onto that, if that makes sense. So first of all, I'm just saying that to hopefully get you excited and hyped about the new channels. They do exist. They are created, but none of them have any videos uploaded to them yet, and so I don't know if you'd be able to find them if you type them in YouTube. But if you can, then go ahead. Go ahead and find them and subscribe to them. I think the arcade one right now is, the handle is A Moth in the Arcade 2, because I have to futz with things. It should be A Moth in the Arcade soon, but I have to futz with things because I already created one by that name. So you can find those. But the main thing that I actually wanted to ask is that, do you guys think it's a good idea to create, like, intro videos for those channels that are just me talking to the camera, like, hey, this is what the channel is about, kind of exactly what I just said to you right now? Or is that not something that you would watch, or not something you'd find very useful? Because I can just plonk the first video of all three into each of them at no problem. But I was thinking maybe an intro would help people understand, like, okay, here's what the channel's for, here's what the plans are going forward. But I don't know if it would be boring or a bad intro. So what do you guys think? Do you guys have any ideas? Are you hyped? I hope you're hyped. Keep your partners peeled. Flesh horse approved. Flesh horse approved. Now I need an emoji for flesh horse approved. Oh, that's great. Aw, Mark says, so hyped. That makes me very happy. Ghoulish says, yeah, you should probably, just in case people stumble across it in the wild. Arith says, yeah, I think an intro video would be good, at least for newcomers to learn more about the channel. Death says, it seems like most YouTubers do that, so there's something behind it. I'd ask Benji from Tail Foundry about it, since he's running a YouTube business. Very fair, very fair. Okay, so it seems like this is desired. Good to know. I don't know if I can promise this, but because I'm doing something that I don't think a lot of reaction channels do, which is that I have a bunch prepped rather than just going one episode at a time, I want to create like a trailer that's just a compilation of a bunch of my jokes out of context as well. I think that could help get people hyped, but I have only edited like 3 of them so far. Well, I don't know. It's like, even that's kind of in question. But I've only edited a couple, so the other ones I just kind of have to scrub through them looking for good jokes. Or try to remember them, so I don't know. Foggy is eating, wait, I was gonna say popcorn, but is that cup noodles? What is that? That is what most intro trailers are for, introducing people to the channel. What is... Oh, nice. I was gonna say, what is this orange thing? It is Cheer 50K. Well, how awesome is that? I guess that's a cumulative thing that you just landed on. That's very cool. Drago, would I be able to write a story this week? We'll find out. Stay tuned. I don't know that I want to say who the bonus 5th is, because I don't want them to... A, I don't want them to get their hopes up and then potentially have their hopes dashed. And B, I don't want to feel pressured into doing it if I'm just, like, super tired and don't have the energy for it. It's a very good story. I would love to read it and discuss it. But if I am too tired, I want to be able to say, hey, yo, I'm tired, you know. Oh, I'm trying to remember what... There was, like, something else that I saw this week where they used the hey, yo format, and I wanted to show it to you guys or tell you guys about it, but of course now I don't remember what it was. Noodles, but only if I could. Oh no. You can't buy your instant noodles. Alrighty, room. Well, I guess without further ado, we will begin with Norman. That seems too small. What do the bubbles look like to you? Do you guys think the bubbles look cute and fun, or are they ominous now? I really can't tell from this angle. What clips? What? Clips previews? I don't know what you're referring to there, besides me saying that I might do preview. Oh, that's what channel intro/trailers are for. Clips and previews. Gotcha. Yes, indeed. Alrighty, room. Well, let us begin with Norman Gray. Strangers by Norman Gray. 350 words. We met by chance at a tavern in Harbour Bridge on a sunny, rainy day. A large crowd had gathered that evening at the Old Oak Inn. I wish I could say it was all my doing, that they were drawn in by my music, but many had simply ducked into the tavern to escape the sudden storm. The heavens complimented my melodies with the crack of thunder and the relentless drumming of rain upon the rooftops, and I could do nothing but play along and sing louder. I imagined that I'd summon the downpour through my songs. Bards enjoy pretending that their music has power, and though mine perhaps it did, I was no exception to such whimsical imaginings. And so I recalled the St. Victoria, imagining the old oak as the ship's lower deck, and the gathered crowd as its cursed crew, lost upon somber tides. St. Victoria, lost at sea, its treasure under lock and key. A naval vessel left its shore, a pirate's ship forevermore. Picked and plundered the cursed chest, one man's greed had damned the rest. Once flung open, a curse set free, forever damned and lost at sea. Everyone cheered, save for one man, a weary individual, who seemed to prefer silence. And I realized I'd seen him before, in my travels, on a rainy day just like this one. When my last song was sung and the applause faded, I approached the bar, filling up a stool next to this strange stranger. A true story, that last one? He asked me, before taking a swig from his mug. I shrugged. Only if you believe in curses. He grunted through a mouthful of ale, and swallowed. Don't need to believe. I've marched through 1,000 storms, knee-deep in water, yet lightning never strikes me dead. Something torments me. I relished meeting peculiar people. They always had stories to tell. Your name? Gandrian. Yours? I smiled. Sirens know not the names of men to bestow one. I'm hoping my father might have a name for me, if I ever find him. That wasn't good enough. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. They look like dark smoke from the moth. They seem whimsical enough for me. Fair. Rain on the roof. Nature's genre? I assume that's a musical term that I don't know. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate, Iron Lung, Ghoulish Misfit. Really appreciate it. And the drumming moths. Oh yeah, I still have the Thankmas emoji and the Christmas emojis in Twitch, don't I? I need to fix that. I feel like if I don't fix it, tease me with them in all the streams that they're still there. Hello, Blow Chips. Welcome. Yeah, I totally forgot to practice potentially doing that as a song, and I only realized that the minute I started reading your story. I messaged Norman to ask if there was a tune, and he was like, no, like, I didn't create one, but hey, I'd love to hear it sung. And I was gonna try and, like, come up with a tune and practice it, and then it flew out of my brain. So, sorry about that. Alrighty, room. Lovely to see you posting more, Norman. Why did it sound like I said Mora? Mora Norma. Here's the note from Norman. This is a little rushed. I was initially planning to take my time with this and make it a longer piece, around 1,000 words. This morning I saw a way to fit it into the word limit, so I made a shorter version. I realized that these two characters were both wanderers, and so I decided to have them cross paths. I wasn't sure if their stories would or could be combined, but the prompt made me realize that what they had in common, so I was intrigued by the idea. I also didn't have time to do my usual edits. I always do a repetitive word search and a read aloud narration as a final pass. Hopefully the story doesn't have anything jarring that I missed. Yes, Norman! I didn't read this note before now. Yes. I recommend that to everybody. That is a great thing to do. How do you do your repetitive word search? Do you just use word counter for that or something else? But yeah, like having the computer read it aloud to you reading it aloud to somebody else, and or have somebody else reading it aloud to you, that is a phenomenal way to check your stories. I definitely, more than anything, recommend that last one of having another human being read it aloud to you, because they'll put like particular emphasis on certain words or de-emphasize certain words, and you might be like, actually I wanted to emphasize that, let me italicize that, or something like that. But yes, that is a great way to edit, and a pretty simple way to edit, so I highly recommend that for sure. Yeah, totally! Norman, this is a bit of shameless Kaylee fan service bringing these two characters together. It's true. I have thoughts about that. Era says, yeah, for repetitive words, I just use the read aloud function to help me catch stuff. So you don't do them separately. Norman says, word counter works wonders for catching repetitive word usage. I did the read aloud and repetitive word search after I posted it. Thankfully, no major hiccups. Nice. Well, hey, I think I've said this before, that is perfectly fine to do. If you're raring to go and you're like, I really want to post my story, you are free to edit it all the way up until the deadline. So if you're like, I don't have time right now, but I'm going to post it, and then the next morning you come and you read it again, or you use that read aloud function or something, and then you edit it after that, that is totally fine. Granted, it might be more of an issue if you like change an entire half of the story after you post it, but presuming you're just doing like minor stuff, that is perfectly fine. But anywho, let us begin discussing the story. I love this title so much. that is so great. It took me a second because at first I thought it just said strangers. And then I realized, yeah, strangers. Like there are strangers to meet on the road or something like that. I think that's great. I'm curious, especially for newcomers to Gandrian's story, did you understand what the sunny, rainy day thing meant? Did you feel like it was a typo or a mistake? Did you think it was a cool thing? I assume that it means, like, it was sunny, and then Gandrian showed up and it was no longer sunny. You know, I just realized something interesting about this story. So in other stories in the future, depending on what all we unlock, we're going to talk about names, and, well, actually, there is a guaranteed one where we'll talk about the names. But there are cases where names are better not mentioned. And that honestly never crossed my mind with this Old Oak Inn. I feel like it technically fits in that category of, like, you don't need to mention it, you can just say at the inn. But I guess it's just because of the alliteration and because it sounds like a kind of fantasy inn that there's something kind of cute and heartwarming and whimsical about calling it the Old Oak Inn rather than just the inn. And then I like this paragraph. I like him talking about the heavens complimenting his melodies and stuff, and you know, that's a good performer who isn't just like, aw, darn it, it's raining, nobody can hear my music. But instead being like, okay, we'll work with this. Let's just sing a little bit louder. Let's time our song to the booms of the lightning. So I do really like this paragraph as well. I like what you're going for there. I do have a critique for it. I'm trying to think if I should say it now or at the end. Maybe I'll say it at the end. But I do really like this idea that, like, I can totally relate to that as a creative of, like, like, what if my stories had magical powers, you know, having that kind of imagination. And, yeah, and just kind of sillily imagining, like, haha, what if my music brought the storm? And it is something magical that brought the storm, just not his music. I assume the Saint Victoria is the ship that he hopped on to get to the human world originally. I guess maybe not, because, okay, that's interesting. I was gonna say, maybe not, because everybody got cursed. But that could be interesting if you want to go with that storyline, that, like, he was on that ship when everybody got cursed, and he was like, wow, humans maybe suck a little bit. Like, this one greedy guy ruined it for everybody, you know? For the most part, I like the song. I do think I'd like it better if I was singing it, you know? I do have a critique for it. I don't know if it's a worthy critique, especially because everybody I've talked to has not had this critique. It's not bothered them. But I did feel like the end of the song was a bit repetitive. I totally get it's a song, and songs can be repetitive. But basically, like, the second stanza is picked and plundered the cursed chest. One man's greed had damned the rest. Once flung open, a curse set free, forever damned and lost at sea. Especially because you repeat curse and damned. Especially because you say cursed up here too. Basically that last stanza ends up reading to me as, like, there was a curse, they were damned. There was a curse, they were damned. You know, it kind of reads as the same thing, repeating. And I really like one man's greed had damned the rest as, like, a last line. I think that's a really intense and ominous way to end a song. And so I feel like adding, you know, the two lines up above, and maybe having the song say something about, like, how they landed on this mysterious island, and they did this and that, and then, or, you know, they found this beautiful chest, oh, they picked and plundered it, you know, that kind of thing. But I understand that might be nitpicky. I love the introduction of Gandrian. I especially like that phrasing of who seem to prefer silence. I guess, like, again, trying to figure out if I should talk about this at the end or now. I guess I'll say and come back to it, but when I didn't know that this was Gandrian, I thought that he was somebody from the crew, that he was somebody from the crew of the Saint Victoria. And so, I don't know, I'm torn, because you saying who seem to prefer silence does clarify it's not necessarily this song that's bothering him, it's just that he'd rather not with the songs. He'd rather just silence in general. Though granted, come to think of it, why, I mean, maybe Siren Boy is not interpreting Gandrian right. But why would Gandrian prefer silence? Because I feel like that relentless drumming of rain, I feel like he would be so sick of it at this point. And so I feel like having somebody sing and drown out the rain at least somewhat would actually be a very welcome respite to him. So tell me more about that. Yeah, so on the one hand, I kind of wanted a stronger clue to show, no, like, he has no relation to the song. He just would rather it be quiet. But on the other hand, I really like how you phrased it. So, I don't know. And then I like the clue of, I'd seen him before on a rainy day like this one. You can't see Gandrian on any day but a rainy day. Um, so this is weird because this is nitpicky. But when I first read it, it actually was my biggest critique. But the more I looked at it, I was like, oh, like, I guess that's not that big a deal. But this phrasing of when my last song was sung, immediately that goes into my brain as he sung a set. So, like, he sang a bunch of songs, and when the last one was sung, then I went in for a drink or whatever. And so then when Gandrian goes, a true story, that last one, I'm like, clearly you're referring to the Pirates song, but that wasn't the last song. We had a couple more. We had a set here. And I did realize that on another read that you literally just meant that was the last song. And when my last song was sung, when I was done, then I went in for my drink or whatever. I think that just rephrasing it to with my last song sung, I think that would completely clear it up and it would not seem like he sung a set. So we arrive at one of my biggest critiques for this story, and granted, if newcomers refute me, then maybe it's not a critique at all. So newcomers do answer this, but yeah, I'll just say it. So before I got to the name Gandrian, I did not realize that this was Gandrian. And granted, you did give a decent amount of clues. You said sunny, rainy day. You said that the sudden storm, and that it's like really pounding on the roof. And then you said on a rainy day just like this one. So there were clues there, and I don't know how I missed them now that I see them. But I did not recognize that this is Gandrian until I saw his name. And so when I read, I've marched through 1,000 storms, knee-deep in water, yet lightning never strikes me dead, I actually interpreted that completely differently than how you meant it. Because how you mean it is the storm follows Gandrian, so I just realized something about that. I just realized that maybe part of what didn't make me get it is because I would not consider what Gandrian goes through 1,000 storms. I would consider it a single storm. Because as far as I know, it never stops, right? From the minute it started storming, it never stopped. And so to have a second storm, it needs to stop. And the new ones to start. So maybe that's part of why I didn't get it. Because instead of saying, I've marched through an eternal storm, I think if you said eternal storm, I would immediately clock who it was. But anyways, so without the name, I didn't realize it was him. And so I was like, okay, you marched through 1,000 storms. And I actually interpreted that as that, like, he either literal storms or metaphorical storms. He has been through a lot of hardship. And yet he has been saved. Like, I didn't actually finish my earlier thought. What you mean, as far as I understand it, is that he has marched through this storm that never stops, yet he doesn't get the relief of death. Like, that's as far as I know what you mean. That it's like, this is horrible, I'm constantly under the storm, but I'm never relieved from the torment. But without knowing it was him, I interpreted it as this guy has walked through many hardships, and despite it always seeming like it's gonna kill him, he is somehow saved, he somehow doesn't get killed. And so then something torments me doesn't follow from that, because I was like, wait, this sounds like a huge blessing. Like, you've walked through so much hardship, but you have, you've never been killed by it. Like, that's great. Not realizing that it's like, no. Like, this is Gandrian, forever in the storm, never to be relieved through death or through the curse being revoked. So other newcomers, you can totally weigh in if you're like, no, actually, I totally got it. I don't know Gandrian, but I totally understood what that was going for. That's completely fair. And I will note that my dad totally got it. He, as I've said before, he doesn't have a good memory for people's universes, but So I think he's read Kandrian stories before, but, you know, didn't remember. But he totally got that that's what it meant. He was like, oh yeah, the storm seems to follow this guy. And so I guess this segues into my other biggest critique, which unfortunately is extremely similar, which is that I did not realize when I first read this that this was Siren Boy. When I arrived at this line, I honestly was very confused by it, much more so than this line. I was like, well, why are we talking about sirens? What does that have to do with anything? Why are we talking about your father? Where did this come from? You know, what did this have to do with? And then a friend notified me that no, this is Siren Boy, and Siren Boy was a much older story, so I don't know if all of you have read it, but there's a story that Norman wrote quite a while ago about the son of a siren, that I think it was kind of about how there are no male sirens, but he is one, and his father was human, and so he ends up going off to the human world to go find his father. And I absolutely love that story. That is one of my favorite stories by Norman, if not my all-time favorite story by Norman. So, when I learned that it was him, like, I'll see if I can find the message, but I was like, in all caps, wait, it's Siren Boy! There, I'm gonna copy the message. It's even better than I remember. There you go. There in the stream chat. That was my reaction to realizing that it's Siren Boy. Sup, Hellenic Towers, welcome. Friendly neighborhood Siren Boy, yes. So once I realized that, I was like, everything makes sense now. It's like a meme, and I should have copied that too, but I also said something. I was like, Kandrian and Siren Boy meeting? Like, that's so awesome. I love it. Me knowing these universes, or realizing that I know these universes, I absolutely love that. I think the connection is beautiful, and you're right, like, they both are wanderers, and so I think that works very well. And it's kind of neat because they're wanderers for... like, Gandrian is a wanderer for negative reasons. He's, like, kind of trying and failing to outrun the storm, / trying not to ruin everybody's lives with the storm. He's forced to wander. And Siren Boy is wandering for a positive reason, looking for his father. So I think that's a cool thing. So I absolutely love it when I know. But considering A, that I didn't realize either, first, and B, that I was confused / had the wrong impression when I didn't know, I do think that you are kind of running into that issue of the too much versus too little context thing. I think that, especially for the Sirens one, I think either doing less or doing more than this would be helpful. So, you could just say, like, you may call me the Bard, and not mention the Sirens at all. Or even just, like, I have no name, and let it be mysterious, or something like that. Because surely there's some kind of title that people call him by, even if he has no name. Though I do really like that. I do like that idea that he's not just looking for his father, he's looking for his name. And so it's a, like, he's literally looking for his identity in this very tangible way of a name. I think that's super cool. So yeah, I love the idea, I love what's going on, but I do think for this particular story and for newcomers that taking that stuff out and toning it back and either just saying, I don't have a name, or saying, you may call me the Bard, or whatever he's called by people, then I think that would work better. Or you could do more. And so this goes back to what I didn't say up here, which is bards enjoy pretending that their music has power, and though mine perhaps did, I was no exception to such whimsical imaginings. I honestly didn't realize, I don't know if I was just in a bad brain mood that day. Again, like, newcomers, feel free to say if you did not get this impression or if you did get this impression. But when I read, though mine perhaps did, I kind of read it more as, like, he believes in himself, that it's like, hey, even if my music doesn't have magical power, it does still have power. And kind of, like, relating it back to the whole writing thing of, sure, like, maybe I can't write that there was a storm and create a storm, but me writing, itself has power. And so that's how I ended up reading that line of, like, okay, hey, it does have power, just not magical power. So, which is kind of the exact opposite of what you actually meant. What you meant is, like, okay, like, bards like to pretend that their songs have magical power. Mine actually does. Maybe not to conjure storms, but it does. But, I like to imagine other stuff. I think part of it is that I was no exception to such whimsical imaginings, that it's like that distinction of mine is magical, but not magical in this way, is like maybe a little complex for this particular explanation. But what I was saying about adding more, I think you could, you are at 350, so you would probably have to sacrifice words somewhere and move things around. But actually talking about the sirens here and, like, saying that, his mother was a siren, or he grew up with the sirens, or he had the voice of a siren, and somehow making it clear it's literal. Yeah, I think you could put it earlier that, like, hey, yo, he's a siren. Hey, yo, he's a siren boy. I think could make that last line work better. I think the other reason why the last line doesn't work as well as I'd like it to for me is because the three things going on here don't have much connection but wandering. So, like I said, I like the wandering connection. I think that works. But Gandrian being like, oh, I've walked through 1,000 storms, and yet I don't ever get the sweet release of death. And then Siren Boy is like, well, I'm a siren boy and I don't have a name, but I'm looking for my dad. That's not really related to anything that Gandrian just said, besides that they're both wandering. And they're not being explicit about that either. I think that's another thing that you could have done to make them work better together if you had, I don't know if you'd need to use the word wandering specifically, but if, so Gandrian saying, like, yeah, I guess, like, Siren Boy could ask something about, like, where are you from, or where are you heading to? And Gandrian could be like, I don't even remember where I'm from. It's flooded now, kind of thing. And I have no destination. And then Siren Boy could be like, oh, like, what a coincidence. We're in a similar place. Like, not so much with the flooding part, but I'm also don't have a destination. I think that could work, even something as simple as, like, Gandrian saying, like, I'm cursed to forever wander, and then Siren Boy being like, oh, well, I'm a wanderer too, I'm in search of my father. Just that connecting line, I think, would help a lot. I get that it's the name thing, that's the connection, that he's just asking, what's your name? But Siren Boy is given a lot of info that he doesn't need to give, and that is, I guess it especially feels like a bit of a strange response because Gandrian just said something super intense. And when you understand it correctly and understand he's looking for the sweet release of death, then Siren Boy being like, cool, I'm looking for my dad, is just, it doesn't really connect, doesn't match the vibes very, very well. And so that's part of why, even though the name thing is the progression, and I understand that, I do need a little progression from the earlier part. I guess and then the other thing about it is that I don't know, I assume it's not if he's saying it. But I don't know if it would be dangerous for Siren Boy to say that he is a siren. And so just to say to a random stranger, well, yeah, I grew up with sirens and they didn't give me a name. I don't know if that's the kind of thing that would be like, all right, Monster Hunter, you know. Well, the ad came well, I guess it's not the ad quite yet. It's almost ad time. I was gonna say ad came at perfect timing. Yeah, I don't know if it would be dangerous for him to say that, and so I think that's another reason why it feels out of place, that it's like, well, I'm a siren, you know, like, monster control, we got a siren boy on the loose, you know, kind of thing. There's only, I can't really go on to the next thought because there's only 30 seconds left. Wolf, I forgot to change my nickname. That's probably why I didn't even try to write something this week. It's the nickname. The nickname, it grants you power. Power to write. Is this your nickname for the upcoming prompt? That's kind of an intense prompt. Or not prompt, nickname. I guess it's an intense prompt, too. No, don't say what it is. But intense nickname. Okay, Ad, where are you? And I'll look at the chat in a bit, but I need to do the ad first. Right, kitty? Yeah, the blackboard has been falling down lately. And yeah, so this might happen a couple times in the stream. And I guess I could leave it like that if you guys would prefer, but I feel like it makes me look more disorganized than I already am. Well, if you joke, but honestly it does help. That's fair. And where you at? That's extra funny because I don't usually hear you talking like that, Aaron. Bro, where you at, Ad? And this nickname is for Not All Wanderers Are Lost. Gotcha. So it's kind of this idea of, is this? No. Okay. Do you guys prefer this view? Nope. What? I don't know how this is coming about. Oh, that's why. Or do you prefer this view with the nice background? I'll put the Twitch chat on here at some point, but yeah, so that makes sense that Cain was cursed to wander, and so it's like the son of Cain. I think that's in the Bible too, isn't it? That like all your children will be cursed to wander. Which is also what the Vampire the Masquerade lore uses that, right? Because in that game, then all vampires are descended from Cain. That's the curse of Cain in that lore. I don't know if watching me put this up would be more interesting to watch than the cat. That's kitty. There also is another kitty. Yeah. There's also another one. I don't know. Yeah, the cord is still available. So maybe. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, you got a rainbow on your paw. And now it's on her ear. Okay, so this. Oh yeah, it might. Oh, I just need to turn it on. Katie's literally still walking there. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, well, I don't like that angle for now though. So let's stay on the cat for now, and then I'll try and get this camera, or more so this tripod, to cooperate and allow me to show the other cat. Hey, that. Well, it seems to be working. There we go. Just gotta move it back a little bit. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Oh, the perfect little kitty. So cute. Alright. Well, I think there's still a... Do I need to add it in? Oh. Uh-oh. Why are you frozen? Why are you frozen from when I last turned you on? There we go. But now there's no place to put it. I guess up here might work. There's Kitty. There's little Kitty on the floor. With all the cords. Oh, I love that that emoji use, Hellenic. Oh, it doesn't look as good on the stream chat over here, but it looks really neat in my stream chat of the cat in the wings. Sleepy kitty camera time. Yes, it really is just like the cats at the bottom, isn't he? Ah, cute baby. Let's see. Is there anything else I wanted to say before? Oh, now I need to move it back. But you know I love pirates. You know I love Gandrian. You know I love Siren Boy. So of course I was gonna love a story combining all those things. Oh yeah, that reminds me of what I was saying about how what Siren Boy says is not very related to what Gandrian says. And then the song also is not super related to what's going on. That's part of why I immediately assumed that, oh yeah, the guy, I see a cat in the not so private chat, and Lucy looks on. Incredible. But that's part of why I expected the mysterious guy to be a pirate from the song, because as is, it's like, okay, we got a fun little shanty about a pirate ship being cursed. Doesn't really have to do with anything else, though. And so I very well could have missed the connection. Like I said, I can understand maybe the wandering connection, that, they're wandering across the sea, but now they're wandering because of their curse or something like that. But it's not super strong, and so I do feel like maybe... taking out the direct lyrics and just saying that he sang a song about a pirate crew that was cursed, and Gandrian's like, hey, is that last song true? And Siren Boy's like, well, if you believe in curses. And then maybe could add a little to the end of them more directly relating to each other as wanderers and stuff like that. I'm also very curious because I kind of got this impression by the end that they were gonna team up, that it's like, well, hey, we're both wandering, so why don't we wander together? And Siren Boy is used to the water, right? He's half a water creature, so presumably the storms wouldn't bother him anyway. Oh, that's even better than I thought. So yeah, I got the impression the two were gonna team up to wander together. But when I read your notes just now, I was thinking, it seems like maybe this was just a fun little cross over and then they go back to their separate ways. So I'm curious your plans in that regard. All right. Sun showers are a thing that exists. That is true, but it isn't phrased like, I mean, I don't know, like maybe that's how you describe that, but when you say it's a sunny day, you pretty much always mean like full sun, not like sun with rain. And when you say it's a rainy day, you don't usually mean, I mean, I guess that one more so could mean that there's sun in the rain, but generally you mean like, it's a dreary, cloudy, rainy day. Rather than simply describing, like, you know, it was a rainy day, but, oh, there goes the kitty. It was a rainy day, but the sun broke through. Or, it was a sunny day, but the rain broke through. I think oh yeah, you know, just something as simple as, like, it was a sunny day, but the weather turned all of a sudden. I think would convey that better. That's not to say I dislike the line. I actually like it. I actually really like the direct, like, oxymoron of sunny, rainy day, because those are two very different days, and yet that I can understand, knowing this is Gandrian, that's exactly what the day was, and that it presumably was just a pure sunny day, and then it was a pure rainy day on the same day. But it is something that newcomers might be like, what? So, if you wanted to make it a little more clear for newcomers, you could. You want out, baby?
You're so cute.
Yeah, I'm agitated saying a similar thing. Arith says, I just thought it was rainy with patchy clouds allowing the sun to shine here and there. I've been like that. Okay, I have 4 people saying that they thought it meant that kind of weather, so I guess I'm the odd one out here. Norman says, because I was initially aiming to write a longer piece, there's a lot of unnecessary description. Then I realized I could make it fit the word limit, but I like the scene setting, so I left it. Fair enough. There's different folk beliefs about it, most involving marriage in one form or another. Is that like there's like a horrifying expression about like the devil like marrying somebody with that? Yes, no, I think that question has been answered, but Norman Gray is being read. Norman says, the whole thing with St. Victoria was actually a different unfinished story I have, and again, I realized it kind of fit in this setting, so I've technically combined 3 different stories in this piece. That's very nice. Well, feel free to, if you are able and willing to, I mean, I know you're able, if you're willing, to plonk that story somewhere, be it in the workshop or the writing group or something. Song is definitely repetitive, something I noticed after I posted. That's fair. This reminds me for the gaming channel. Play Return of the Obra Dinn. Can you put it in the recommendations for stream, either in the chat itself or in the Google Doc, or both, if you haven't already? Eternal Storm would work better for sure. Little Siren Boy. I mean, he has no name. That's all I can call him. I don't know if Siren Man would be better, but boy is funnier. Yeah, she says, now I'm thinking of the Bard song by Blind Guardian, especially since one of the lyrics is, when the Bard song is over and it's time to leave, no one should ask you the name of the one who tells the story. Interesting. Those are totally the vibes. Norman says, these are all valid. The end of the piece was originally going to be the midpoint and the start of the conversation with more exposition. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Ghoulish likes the frame on the camera. Gotcha. There are many wanderers in fiction, indeed. So there are many wanderers in fiction. Example, the wandering Jew is an archetype from fiction dating back centuries. And then Ghoulish says, yeah, but that was about a random Jewish guy who threw a rock at Jesus as he was climbing Golgotha. Oh my gosh. How is that wandering? That sounds like he had a goal and he just went and did it. Not that he was wandering. Alright. Yes. Alrighty-roo. A very enjoyable story. Norman, great to have you back. Would love to see this and their relationship continued. Alrighty. Do you want me to say the letters or what the letters mean, Marx, for your title, or both? Let me see if the cat's returned.
Nope, he's eating.
The minute I took a step out, Bella stood up. Or not stood up, but sat up. She's like, how dare you go after Poe? I'm the one you should lavish your attention on. Mark says, well, you can say what they mean. Alright. Okay, he did it and now he wanders the earth until the day of judgment. The wandering Jew. Gotcha. Huh. That's... I have thoughts about that, but I don't know that I should share them. But let's at least read the story first. Alright. If you know, you know. Overly Familiar by Marx. 350 words. People always ask, hey Brett, why do you do this? Surely there's easier ways to make a living than almost getting yourself killed in the middle of nowhere on a regular basis. I always laugh at that. I'm sure it seems crazy. Maybe it is. I can live with that. But where they get it wrong is believing that I have a death wish. That I specifically look for the most dangerous and vicious creatures in the most godforsaken places on Earth because I want to die. It's like, come on guys. If I wanted to die, why would I choose being poisoned and then mauled or eaten alive? I'm a teacher. My subject is nature. My classroom is the internet. Sure, I'm silly in my videos and I pretend to be reckless because it's more entertaining that way. People are more willing to absorb information that entertains them. And the most important information I can give is these are the things that will kill you, but they're also beautiful. Not everyone gets to find that thing they do better than anyone else. This is my thing. And I almost died today doing it. Don't get me wrong, I'm fully aware that I'm probably not going to die of old age in my bed. But still, that snake got me. I should be dead now. I had all the symptoms, yet here I stand. It must have been a weaker dose than I thought. Pleasure to finally meet you, says a voice. I whip around to see a woman smiling at me. Hi, I say back. What doesn't make it in my videos is that I've seen some weird shit. Things that exist outside of nature. My audience doesn't need to know about those things. I've seen enough to know that if this lone woman, bathed in darkness in the deepest depths of the woods, wishes me harm, there isn't much I can do about it. So why not be friendly? I'm Brett, she chuckles, offering me her hand. Her eyes are the darkest I've ever seen, only broken up by her white irises. Throw those moths and monsters a cheer for this story if you loved it. Welcome, Itanshi. What is that, Raging Wolfhelm? Is that a gaming thing? It's cool looking. Alrighty-roo. This story is a lot of fun, Marx. So I'm gonna talk about it, when I get to it, but I want to know from the... I made it worse. I want to know, anybody new to Marx's universe or who isn't super familiar with his universe, did you get the ending? What do you think was going on there? Who do you think that lady was? which I guess means I think Marx says who it is in his notes, so I guess that means I'll save that for the end. So I really enjoyed the story. I absolutely love the, I don't know, the vibes of it, the character of it. I don't know that I used a good voice for it, but I tried to have a specific, energy to the character and stuff. And yes, definitely, like, Steve Irwin vibes. I have now been introduced to the Yoink Man, definite Yoink Man vibes. It also reminds me a lot of this channel, which I love and personally highly recommend, which is called Brave Wilderness. And it's a, an animal type channel where, and like, there are just your average educational videos about the animals. But there's also a lot of videos where he purposely gets stung by, like, bullet ants and tarantula hawks and, those kinds of things. And so, like, that line, which I absolutely love, of these are the things that will kill you, but they're also beautiful, is, like, their, maybe not exactly that, but is kind of why they do what they do, is because they're showing, like, how dangerous these creatures are, what the exact effects of, getting stung or bitten by one of them is. But they're also showing, like, a lot of times, like, they kind of have to, like, they really have to keep the bug on there to make it sting them. Because the creature just wants to get away. The creature, generally the creatures do not actively want to hurt him. And so they gotta, they gotta hold him on there for a while. Like, they don't like harm them as far as I know, but they encourage them to sting. So yeah, and that's part of what I really like about the channel. I like getting the information of, because there's so many wildlife channels out there that just are like, look at this creature. It's very dangerous and terrifying, and if you get stung by it, it will feel like you were shot with a bullet. And you're like, that's cool. I kind of want to see that, though, and or you're like, that's scary. And so having the YouTuber actually, like, in an enclosed and safe environment show you what it is to actually be stung by them, like, personally, I'm into that. I like that. And so I get, similar but different vibes here. And because I really enjoy content like that, that really makes me enjoy his character and what's going on here. And another thing that I have, on him that other readers won't, is that I am a YouTuber, or at least I'm trying to be a YouTuber, and so I can relate to him in that way and be like, yes, this puts points in the I like him jar. I can relate to him, sort of thing. Oh yes, something else I want to ask the chat is that, interestingly enough, 2 people that I talked to interpreted this story as that he does have a death wish. So what did you guys in the chat think? Does he not have a death wish, or does he have a death wish, and why do you see that or not? But let's get into this. I do think it's kind of hilarious that you call it IYKYK, and so then it's like it's itself. Because if you don't know that abbreviation, then it's like, well, you don't know, because if you know, you know. I think that's great. I really like the kind of fun and casual way of opening the story. It really, dives us in very well, of like, hey, people always ask, hey, Brett, why do you do this? I think that's great. And I like, that premise of, like, yeah, of course, there are easier ways to make a living than this, but this is what I like to do. Like, this is my passion. This is what I'm good at. This is fun. So, like, yeah, it's definitely dangerous, but, it's not easy. It's dangerous. But I like it. Like, I think that's really cool. I like I'm sure it seems crazy. Maybe it is. I can live with that. I love that, kind of admitting how this looks, admitting, like the whole thing is kind of him admitting, like, yes, I know that there's danger to this. I know that it seems crazy and stuff like that. I think that's great. And then personally, like, clearly for other readers, it was not clear, which is part of why I want to ask, because, like, it was clear to me. And so I want to know if you did have the interpretation that he does have a death wish, what led you to that interpretation. But to me, I really like that he's clarifying, like, hey, people think I have a death wish. That's not true. Like, I actually genuinely love this stuff. And that, you know, that's just part of what I enjoy about the character and the story, that it's not like, it's like, hey, I'm not going out here trying to get myself killed. I'm out of here because I love animals and I love teaching people about them. And they're dangerous, you know, that kind of thing. Though something about that, and this could be potentially why some folks didn't get it. So it's like, come on, guys. If I wanted to die, why would I choose being poisoned and then mauled or eaten alive? The thing is, there are reasons that somebody might want to die that way. And this character is exactly the kind of character who might want to die that way. 'Cause, like, getting poisoned by a snake and or mauled and or eaten alive is a lot more badass a way to die than dying in your sleep. Dying in your sleep is a lot more peaceful and gives you a longer life, presumably. But it's not as badass. And so now I'm just thinking of the Game Grumps joke. I don't remember, like, what episode it's from or how to find it. You could probably just look up this quote, but it's like, I want to die as I lived, fully monetized. You know, I think they were, like, talking about, like, if you die on camera, like, do you want me to shut off the camera, or do you want me to keep playing? And he's like, no, keep playing. I want my death to be fully monetized. Like, this guy gives off that kind of energy, where it's like, I want to die fully monetized. Now, granted, it seems like these are edited videos, because presumably he edits out the supernatural stuff, and we'll talk about that in a sec. So, you know, it's not like he's live in the forest. Live meeting death! Yay! So it doesn't seem like he's live, so presumably if he did die, that video's not going up unless, like, somebody finds it. But yeah, so I feel like there are reasons that somebody might want to die that way, and he seems like exactly the kind of person who would want to die that way instead of, you know, in his old age, in his sleep. And so because he asks it as a question, he's like, yeah, if I wanted to die, why would I choose that? It's like, I can think of several reasons off the bat, so I'm gonna need a little more. It kind of, it seems like it's meant to be a rhetorical question of, like, that's a horrible way to die. Like, I would not want to die that way. This is not my intention. This is not my choice. I mean, it is my choice, but that's not how I want to die, you know, kind of thing. Just lost my train of thought. So yeah, I think that either needed to be a definitive statement and or it needed some more information. And I do wonder if that part was a little more clear, if less folks would have read it as, no, he does actually have a death wish. I really like your phrasing here of, I'm a teacher. My subject is nature. My classroom is the internet. I really like that. I especially like it as a YouTuber. I think that's great. I mean, this whole paragraph is phenomenal. I absolutely love it. But sure, I'm silly in my videos and I pretend to be reckless because it's more entertaining that way. That's great. I can totally see that. I can totally see that you YouTubers can and do that, where it's like, hey, actually, I'm taking the proper safety measures, but, like, pretending to be like, oh, look at this, you know, look at the scary thing, I'm gonna touch it, when actually it's like, you know, you have everything in place to keep you safe, kind of thing. And so, well, granted, I don't think that he's that good about it. But, you know, I just interpreted that, like, he knows what he's doing, but he's pretending to be a little more reckless and a little dumber than he is, because people find that more fun. And you can get those comments of, like, what are you doing, man? Could you imagine if that's what YouTube comments are like? It's just like, what are you doing, man? It's super true that people are more willing to absorb information that entertains them. That kind of goes back to what I was saying about Brave Wilderness, that, like, I'm more entertained by him actually getting stung by a bullet ant than just an informative video about bullet ants, you know? So totally get that. And then this has got to be my favorite line. I love that idea so much, regarding animals, that it's like, hey, this is dangerous, and that's actually why I'm teaching you about this. Like, this is going to kill you. This is a problem. But also they're beautiful. Like, it's not just, oh wow, look at this horrifying monster. It's gonna kill you. It's like, hey, super dangerous. Look from a safe distance. But also this is beautiful and wonderful, and we should learn about it. And again, like, that's totally how I feel watching these kinds of animal videos. I love learning about those kinds of things, and I feel like, you know, don't actually be reckless. Take every safety precaution you can. But aside from that, that's a great mentality to have. And, like, actual useful teaching information. And then I love this too, of, you know, that he's found his purpose in this, and that to me corroborates that he does not have a death wish, that it's like, no, this isn't about death, this is about life. This isn't about me wanting to die, this is about me wanting to live my best life, and, like, this is what I'm passionate about, this is what I'm good at, this is my best life. I think that's very neat. And then I like the turn of, and I almost died today doing it. Especially as me knowing your universe and what's to come, I like that almost. That's like, it almost happened, but I'm still around, you know? And then I like that specific call out of, like, hey, like, I don't have a death wish, but I also know I'm probably not gonna die of old age in my sleep. Very fair. So, to talk about the lady. So, I am someone in the know. I assume that, I mean, I think you say it in the notes, but I assume that if you know, you know, title is if you know who she is. And she is death. So he did not survive that snake bite. And so the thing is that I, as someone who does know, I do really like that. I think that's a lot of fun. But I think that this story would, and again, like, newcomers, please weigh in. But I think that this story would not really work at all for newcomers. Because I think a newcomer is just gonna be like, hey, okay, strange, mysterious lady. And I saw in your notes that you said you tried to add some clues in there that she's death, and I would, well, actually, you know what, let's read them. So you said in the notes, so I've had this idea for about a week or two, I think, the idea of someone doing something really reckless where they almost die, and then a woman shows up with a description that people who know would immediately recognize as death, indicating homeboy didn't almost die earlier, he'd be dead. That relies so hard on previous knowledge that it kind of doesn't work. So I tried to hint at the death so that newcomers could catch that. How well did I do? How is my prompt usage? And did the introduction of the supernatural work, or is it jarring? So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. Okay, so I see what you didn't say I tried to hint that she was death. You said I tried to hint at the death. So I think, I'll just say it. I think that both sides are not really clear enough for newcomers. I think that there aren't enough clues to know that she's death, because, yeah, if you know, then you know that your death has dark eyes and white irises, you know. And like, granted, I kind of knew from the minute that she said pleasure to meet you. I was like, I think this is death. But a strange lady in the woods, even a lady who is bathed in darkness in the deepest depths of the woods, that's not enough to say she is death. Like, that tells you she's this strange, supernatural, witchy, creepy lady. Doesn't say she's death. And I don't know, like, what you'd be satisfied with to get that across. But you could have her, like, holding a scythe. I know that might be a little too obvious in your view, but that would I'd definitely clear things up. I'm trying to think of other images, because she's not Reaper-like, you know, she doesn't have the skeleton, and so I don't know what all of the recognizable images she has. But the other thing that you could do, besides trying to use a more recognizable image for her, you know, recognizable outside your universe, I don't know exactly how you'd get that transition, but you could have him start to realize it, that if the last line was like, I don't think I survived that snake bite, or, you know, like, maybe I didn't survive that snake bite after all. And I guess, like, what you could do is, I don't know what it looks like, you know, when people are dead, but maybe, like, the world looks a little grayer, or, like, he tries to pick up his tools and his hand goes through it, or something like that. So, yeah, like, you could have him bending down to pick up his tools, and then he hears the pleasure to finally meet you, and his hand just, like, goes through it, and then he turns around. Sort of thing. So I think you could have, like, things about his perception or his being. Maybe he looks a little transparent or something like that to kind of convey, something's wrong here. Like, it's not just that there's a lady here. Something overall is wrong. And then if you called it out with him being like, I'm not sure I survived that, I think could really help. And then I think that people would, even without a stronger clue that she's death, if you had that, then you go, oh, I guess this lady's death, I think. Because as is, there's nothing strange about the world. And he, like, when he says, I almost died today, must have been a weaker dose than I thought. Like, yes, those are clues to his death. But for a newcomer, I don't think it's strong enough, because, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think generally people trust the narrator unless they're given a strong reason not to. And so when the narrator is like, oh, hey, like, I almost died, and I guess it was a weaker dose, I think most readers are probably going to take that at face value and go, okay, yeah, I believe him. I guess he didn't die, you know, rather than, I think he's wrong. I think he has the wrong impression. The other thing about it is that, I think that mentioning that he has seen things that exist outside of nature, but doesn't tell his audience, I think that detracts pretty much any way that you slice it. Because for newcomers, it makes her seem more normal. If this wasn't there, I think that there would be more of a chance for newcomers to go, oh, I think that's death. But because he's like, oh yeah, I've seen stuff like this before. We're like, while he was alive. We're going, okay, he's still alive. Like, this is a thing that happens while you're alive. He's seen it before. It's just a little weird. Like, not, hey, he didn't survive, you know? And, like, the other thing about it is that, like, I don't see any reason, like, I only see one reason for him not to share it in his videos. Because he's a YouTuber. He just said he purposely acts more reckless to get the views. So, of course he's gonna show the even cooler than the natural, supernatural, weird stuff. That's absolutely what you should be showing your audience. And so him saying, like, my audience doesn't need to know about those things, I'm like, why the heck not? Like, you seem to have every reason to share them. Like, once again, he seems like the kind of guy who would do that. Like, sure, there are some kind of YouTubers who would be like, like, not dealing with that, or like that kind of thing. But he doesn't seem to be that kind of person. He seems to be like, I want to show people the dangerous and the cool things. And supernatural stuff is even more dangerous and even more cool. The one reason that I can think of that he genuinely might not want to show people is because he can't teach them about it. That he does say that he's a teacher. And so if it's like, I don't understand that, and if I showed it to people, I would have no explanation. Okay, like, I understand that a little bit more, but once again, that's not really a my audience doesn't need to know sort of thing. So that line really doesn't work for me. It's very similar to the earlier line of like, I can think of several reasons why you might want to die that way. And so it's like, my audience doesn't need to know. I'm like, why the heck not? You know? And then like I said, so like, even if you do know that she's death, at least for me, I still have that question of why the heck not? But if you don't know that she's death, then you can go, oh, okay, this is normal then. This isn't anything outside of what he's seen before. And my dad actually went so far as to think that he actually previously had a connection to her, that maybe she was the one who is egging him on to make these videos, or like, I have to keep making these videos or she'll kill me, you know, or something like that. Yeah, he was thinking that they had a prior relationship. Yeah, so I think taking out the whole thing about how he's seen supernatural stuff would help a lot in helping the readers get to that conclusion that she's death. Now, all that being said, I do really like the phrasing of, like, I've seen some weird shit. That totally reads like something this kind of dude would say. I think it's very funny. I do quite like the way you say that. I do like that he's like, well, if she means me harm, there is nothing I can do about it. So why not be friendly? I think that is very sweet and cute, and again, makes me like him even more. I don't know if that potentially hinders things more and making her seem more human. That it's like, okay, she's a strange lady. She might mean me harm, but let's say hi. Rather than like, I can feel the aura off of her. She is super dangerous. Something is very wrong. You know, that kind of thing could have helped as well. I do like the finally in there that, like, she's been sitting there, like, waiting for the bears and snakes and tigers to get him. I'm just imagining now Death, like, watching his YouTube channel with popcorn being like, is today the day? Is today the day I get to kill it? I mean, I guess like I said before, if it's not a live stream, then she would know since the video is out, today is not the day. But still, it's a funny image. Yeah, so I mean, let's go to your questions. I'm really curious about what gave you the idea, if it wasn't the prompt itself that made you think of it. I do quite like the idea. I think I said, like, as someone who knows, I greatly enjoyed the story, and I did like the death thing at the end. It's just something that I don't think will be clear to people who don't know. And, like, yes, you are aware of that. You literally titled the story that. But I'm not gonna just not critique it and be like, oh, well, it's an if you know, you know situation. So, like, I guess people don't know. I'm not gonna do that. Like, I do feel like, and again, like, newcomers can say if you totally disagree, but I do feel like not knowing she's death is a big hindrance to the story and makes the story a lot less enjoyable and a lot less understandable. And actually, like, I forget the exact quote, but that's pretty much what my dad said after we finished the story. He was like, well, like, the first half was really good. Like, we had half of the story there. And so I feel like it's very possible that lots of newcomers have that impression of like, well, you had me in the first half, I'm not gonna lie, you know. And I do feel like there are ways that you can clue it in for newcomers, but still leave it a little bit. I mean, granted, if you say, maybe I didn't survive, that's, and the side, like, okay, sure, that's not very ambiguous. But I think there are ways that you could give some more clues in there for newcomers. How was my prompt usage? I liked it, personally, and not everybody I talked to got it, and so, you know, folks in the chat, please answer. But I liked this idea that he's wandering the earth in search of dangerous and beautiful animals and creatures and stuff like that. And so, like, he's not lost, like, that's, that is something I really like about the story, because I think, like, all of my stories had to do with purpose, had to do with, yes, I'm wandering, but I have a purpose in my wandering. And I think this was a really strong use of that, where it's like, yes, I'm wandering, I'm going so far as to wandering into dangerous places, but I am not lost. I have found my purpose. This is what I do better than anybody else. I like that a lot. Did the introduction to the supernatural work, or is it jarring? I don't know if this is something I've already answered or if that's a slightly different question. I don't feel like the introduction to the supernatural is bad. Like, I really like the pleasure to finally meet you, this strange lady. Like, I don't feel like that's poorly done at all. It's just that you can't really get that it's death, and that I think mentioning that he knows the supernatural is an issue, but otherwise, I think that the actual way that you did the introduction, I don't think that's a problem personally, but then again, I do know your universe. So, let's see what folks have been saying. I think there's lots of chat going on here. Gosh, is this a Steve Irwin XP? What's XP? Mark says, I tried not to channel him too much, but it was impossible. Fair. I don't know if I can do the accent, but like, look over there. There's a king cobra, one of the most venomous snakes in the world. One bite and I'm gone. Beat. I'm gonna pick it up. Hiss. It's angry. Totally. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Mark says the voice absolutely worked for me. Nice. Yoink, man. Mark says I 100% did that abbreviation on purpose for that reason. That if you don't know the abbreviation itself, yeah, very fair. Steel Bulwark says, I'd say he doesn't have a death wish. You can have a passion for things that will kill you without actually wanting to die. I definitely got more Steve Irwin vibes. He wants to share his passion and maybe protect both nature and the people who follow him. Yeah, that's the impression I got too. Mark says, yeah, they're definitely edited videos. Oh gosh, that's terrible. And I want to do this as a person with a death wish, so that that death is like, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. And then they're like, it's a pleasure to meet you too! Mark says, I think I kind of assumed that the people who know the ins and outs of those deaths would probably wouldn't want those deaths. That's very fair. Yeah, I guess, like, how could you do that? You could say something like, oh yeah, I've seen a tiger, you know, or like I've seen a jaguar rip apart a caiman, and I would not like that for me, you know, or that kind of thing, you know. I know what goes into these deaths, and I would not like them. What does that mean? My classroom is the internet feels like a flashing red light with accompanying alarm. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna be slightly alive when that snake's eating me. Nah, son. You're fully dead. Yep, exactly. See this tiny octopus with the blue rings? Even the tiniest peck from this little fella could kill me horribly. Monocle. Bulwark agrees. You don't usually expect an unreliable narrator in fiction, but I do appreciate when it happens. Yep. Mark says, yeah, the scythe was all I could think of. The intangible thing could totally work. It is effectively a ghost at this point. That is fair. Desert says about the supernatural thing, it implies to me that he's seen ghosts or other weird stuff. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, totally. You go, oh, crikey, that's a class 3 demon. You don't see those very often. Let's go get a closer look. Totally. Bulwark says, I can definitely see what you're saying here, but I can kind of see how this is being used to introduce supernatural elements. That's fair. Mark says, well, would people want to know for a fact that ghosts and demons exist? Well, if you had said that would have helped for sure. Or, well, that would have helped one side of it. Yeah. Where'd it go? Yeah, instead of saying my audience doesn't need to know about those things, just saying my audience doesn't need to know that demons for sure exist. I think that would work perfectly. It still has the issue of, to newcomers, it's like, oh, okay, so, like, she's probably a demon then. I say happily. Rather than, like, she's death, you know, but that would help the other side of, like, why the heck not, you know. Still more, most no, but some yes. Really appreciate his understanding of information hazards. That's true, that is something that is endearing to me about him, that he seems to know the hazards of both literal creatures and also information. I says, ooh, I didn't think about them knowing each other previously, reading that way. And it was mostly meant as he almost died multiple times. That's fair. Death is everywhere at once. She gets to watch his videos live each time. That's fair, yeah. She's there with her popcorn watching the live stream that only she gets to watch. Dessa said, yeah, I didn't know what that acronym means. That's fair. Death, do a sippy. Steel Bulwark, I only know because of a Reddit reactionary. Mika says, I liked it. I don't know exactly what you're answering. I mean, I liked the story as well. I hope that's clear. And Bulwark says, same here. Arith says, I think XP means a copy or knockoff of the original thing. Gotcha. Alrighty, Rue. Well, very fun tale, Marx. Very enjoyable. Does everybody here know his universe? Because I realized I didn't get any answers on if anybody knew it was death, but maybe everybody just knows because we've read enough of his stories. Alrighty, room. Let us go on to Makokams. Steel Bulwark, my first time with any of y'all's universes. That's fair. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So, unless I missed it, what was your answer to that? Were you able to deduce it was death without me saying it or not? You can answer as I'm reading the next tale. Ghost of the Past. Chronicles of the Dragon. Jonathan. By Makokam. 346 words. I left home when I was 18. The day after high school ended, in fact. Left with the clothes on my back and a bag over my shoulder. I don't remember what happened to the bag. I've traveled back and forth across the country dozens of times. I've been north and south of the border more than a few times. Even other continents once or twice. Or thrice. I usually travel by train. Originally, because it felt like the best way to get around. But now it's mostly a habit. It's peaceful. I appreciate the quiet and the scenery. I don't stay anywhere for long, maybe a month, unless there's something I need to do there. But I do come back to places, especially big cities. There are lots of people to blend in with, and it's easy to not be noticed. There's also just lots of people. I haven't visited home, though, for the same reason I left. Until now. It was an accident at first. Didn't realize the train I'd hopped on was going to pass through. But once I was there, I figured I could take a quick look around, see what changed, and be gone before anyone recognized me. I'd seen a lot of faces in my travels, though, so I wasn't sure if I'd spot anyone who might know me. I may have tempted fate by visiting the favorite store of my childhood. Someone called Jonathan? I was gone in an instant. I knew I should leave, and go somewhere else, anywhere else. But now that I was here, the temptation was too strong. I had to check on my family. I mean, if I just left without seeing with my own eyes that they were okay, I'd hate myself more than I already did. I watched the house for hours. I've learned to be very patient, waiting until each one came home. My sister was the last. She paused before going inside and did something with her hand. She straightened and turned towards my hiding spot, but I was long gone. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you loved it. I'm going to attempt to blow my nose. I don't know how well you guys can hear when that happens, but there's gonna be an attempt. Let's see. I can go to the standby. No. Where is it? There. Well, it didn't work, so you might have to deal with plugged nose sounds. That song that just played was called Avocado. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Iron Lung and Steel Bulwark. We appreciate it. Bulwark says, I didn't catch it at first, but I should have. I knew the acronym and the description of death was very death-coded. I thought it was a wraith, though, and not death herself. That's fair. Alrighty, room. Mako's note. Very much a YOLO story this week. I decided to make every paragraph start with I, except for one. I'm not really sure why I did this or what I was trying to accomplish, but it was very much a conscious decision. Thoughts, if any? Last week, I tried to really explain things. This week, I tried not to say anything that really needed explaining. Except maybe the bit with Jessica, his sister, at the end. Again, thoughts, if any? Beyond that, just happy to know what you thought. Toodles. So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. I thought I heard something. I don't know if it was a burp or a nose blow. Well, I go in the next room, though granted, I don't know if you can hear it through the wall. So hopefully you can't hear it when I do that. It was probably a bump from downstairs, or my mom is like using her chopper thing to cut something. So maybe you were hearing that. But anyway, so I greatly enjoyed this story. So I guess Mako asked this, but I'll ask it a little more directly. So for newcomers, or maybe just Steel Bulwark if you're our only newcomer in the chat, did you feel like you understood and could enjoy the story, or did those questions of like why did he leave home hinder the story a lot for you or make it hard to enjoy? So personally, I do know the universe, so I can't answer that, but I did really like it a lot. I'm trying to think where to go when I explain my thoughts on it. I guess I'll just say that like I really wanted to see more of this kind of thing from Jonathan. That I really like. Oh, that's the server booster color. Yeah, I was like, Foggy, why did you suddenly turn pink? Thank you for boosting the server. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I really want to. Oh, there's an ad. I really want to see more of this kind of thing from Jonathan. I really want to get to know this more human side of him better. I guess maybe I should come back to this at the end. I don't know that I should spoil the answer to those questions until the end. Grabbing the harpoons, yes. Well, I'll just. You're still turquoise in the. Well, hey, maybe. Oh, wrong camera. There's that camera. Let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, it's there somewhere. Okay, I see. Hold on. This is what we're working on as the ad's going on. I don't know if, I was gonna say I don't know if I can show the cat while I'm working on it, but I don't think I can. Okay, so what is scene? This is scene. Oh yeah, I guess, okay. You know what I'm gonna do. Okay, so now we're here. Now we do this. Now. Okay. And then you are this. They overlap a little bit. And then you, as in me, can go over here. Okay, so I guess on this one the Twitch chat should go above everything. Alright, Twitch chat, you get to have your time in the sun on this scene. Haha, there we go. Alright, now I can show the cat. Alright, I'm gonna look for the other cat while you're staring at her. Oh, I see the other cat. He is sleepy in another room, so I won't disturb him. But you're gonna be disturbed, I guess. Bella's like, rude.
Yeah, that's cute.
Oh yeah, I was gonna show you guys something. Remind me for the midstream question. There's basically like two options for the reaction video setup, and so I want to show you guys that and see which one you like, because I do need to know now which one people like more, so I can just keep doing what people like more. And granted, I don't know if it'll be difficult to answer without watching a full video, but hopefully you can give an answer just looking at it. Did I ask why Foggy put a jellyfish in the chat? Is it continuing Reginald's journey? Continuing the journey of the jellyfish in the bag? I just realized that I moved the garbage to be more convenient, but it is now in frame.
That's no good. The ugly garbage is in frame now.
I guess well, I guess I could still do it. Which background do you like most on the, on this one, the camera one? So we have this one. This is Bo looking at the moon. We have this one, which I think is called Crescent Moon, but you can't really see it. You have that one, which is called Moth Moon. And then we have, like, the Christmas ones, but, you know, I don't think I'll do the Christmas ones. But, yeah. Okay, for writing group. There we go. Alrighty. Foggy says I like Crescent Moon. Okay, wait. Is that what we were on? No, it's not. Okay, I'll put it on that one. Alright. Okay, so I guess I'll just start talking about it. So, and this is pretty unique because you don't often write stories in first person, right? So, I mean, people in the chat can say, how much you enjoyed this story and how much you enjoyed it compared to other stories of Mako's, but I greatly enjoyed it. I think this is high tier. I think this is one of your best. And so I feel that might be something you need to consider in the future. Considering, at least in my opinion, the story was so good. It might be worth trying out this perspective in more stories. I personally, I really like the intro and like the specificity of the day after high school ended is kind of like the minute that, that thing that was tying me to this place was finished, that I was gone. I think that works well. I really like the detail of I don't remember what happened to the bag. I don't even know fully how to explain it, but I love that, I left with the clothes in my back and a bag over my shoulder. I don't remember what happened to the bag, that it's like it's been so long and so much has happened that, the original bag, the things I left with, I don't remember what happened to them anymore. I like, this bit about traveling across the country. I do think there's something a bit clunky about this sentence, so I've traveled back and forth across the country dozens of times. I've been north and south of the border more than a few times. So I definitely keep reading that as like I've been north and south and east and west, and so when I get to north and south of the border, I often trip on that. And then I think ending on times and times, that doesn't work as well for me, especially because it ends up making the sentences feel like they're saying the same thing, even if they're not. I guess just changing it to like, I've been both north and south of the border. I think that might work better. I like the even other continents once or twice, period, or thrice. I'm not quite sure what the or thrice is meant to convey, but it kind of relays like a reluctance to say that. Yeah, like just a reluctance to admit that he's been out of the country that many times. I don't know why exactly he'd be reluctant to say that unless something I was gonna say unless something shady happened over there. But the problem with Jonathan is that shady things happen no matter where he goes, and we'll talk about that when we get to the end. But I guess more shady than usual. or I guess it could convey that he doesn't really remember, that like that would be a very noteworthy thing, but he's such a wanderer that he doesn't even quite remember if it was twice or thrice, even though like that number would presumably be pretty easy to remember. I really like this little bit about the train. I'm trying to think if I should talk about this now because it's related to the thing I'm saving for later. I guess something I'd say now is that I think this is a great thing to do. This is a great way to convey like a little thing about your character, because I think these types of details of like, I like trains, are difficult things to convey in these short 350 word stories, because you have so little words, there's so little time and room and resources to throw in that your character likes something. But I love, this little bit of emotion, that it's not just like, hey, this is how I travel, I also like it. Like, there's actually an emotion that the character has about that. I think that works well and makes me get more invested in the story and the character and stuff like that. And the transition works very well because it's relevant to what's going on. Like, the method of travel is relevant to nice to the wandering and stuff like that. And so then going, hey, not only is this how I travel, I like it. It flows very naturally and doesn't just feel like, here's a weird fact about my character. I mean, this isn't weird, but here's a fun fact about my character. They like trains. It's like, we're at a murder scene, Carl. What does this have to do with trains? And also, before I forget, I really like the prompt use throughout the story. I think it works extremely well, of just like, the whole story feels like wandering, feels like, yeah, that's what's going on, that he wanders in his normal life and then he's wandering through this particular place. I like the cadence, well, actually, wait, go back. I can definitely understand why he would want peace and quiet. I think that, yeah, that makes a lot of sense knowing him. I like how you phrase, this paragraph about, I don't stay anywhere for long, but I do come back to places. I think that works. I like the repetition of, there's also just lots of people. I am curious if newcomers will get it, because there's a particular reason to repeat that. But that I don't know. I don't know if people will get it. And then I think it works well, the transition to, I haven't visited home until now, I think that really works and takes the story to a new level. Because the story would have worked fine with just being a summary of, Jonathan wandering. I mean, that's pretty much what I did on my Alastor story. But I think that this goes to a deeper place of, instead of just like, this is my life, I wander, but actually having like, okay, now let's go into a specific scene and a place that has meaning to him to wander around. I like the description idea that it was an accident, that he didn't even mean to. So I think that this line didn't quite work for me. I interpreted it that, that he's saying, like, I've seen a lot of faces in my travels, so I wasn't sure if I'd spot anyone who might know me. I was kind of going, like, well, like, if you've met so many people, I don't think, like, if you're out in public on a regular basis, I don't think you're gonna recognize somebody you just passed by, If you pass by Jonathan one day in New Jersey and then you see him again in New York, you're probably not going to go, you're that guy I passed by. And so I was going to, critique the line on those grounds. And I did ask him, and what Mako actually meant by this line is that it's actually more about him, that he has seen so many faces that he isn't sure he's going to recognize the people he knew from his hometown. That is a really interesting and tragic idea. But I don't think that sentence conveys it, and people in the chat, feel free to say whether it did or didn't for you. But I think the emphasis on I wasn't sure if I'd spot anyone who might know me, like, the emphasis is on them doing the knowing, rather than, like, him doing the knowing. And I see, you know, what the intention was in the line now of, I'd seen so many faces that I wasn't sure if I'd spot somebody who knew me, you know. I understand the intended emphasis, but I don't think I'd get that without you saying it, and so I do think that would need to be reworked. I'm trying to think how you could rephrase it, because it is a complicated idea. I guess maybe, like, I'd seen a lot of faces in my travels, so I wasn't sure I'd even recognize who knew me and who didn't, maybe? Something like that. Or even, like, I wasn't sure I'd recognize my childhood friends, sort of thing. I do like someone called Jonathan. I just got an instant. It very much is this, like, Jonathan? Nope! I'm out! kind of thing. I think that's great. And, well, we'll talk about it when I go to your questions. That worked for me, and it definitely, because the story feels so, like, hazy and wandery overall, that, like, cutting it in the middle with somebody actually speaking and speaking his name, I think works very well. I like him going to check on his family and make sure that they're okay. Knowing him, it makes sense that he's learned to be patient, and he's like, yeah, I am fine to just sit here and wait to make sure they're okay. I like Jostica doing a little spell. I am curious if newcomers were able to get that's what that was, or if you were confused by that. I do feel like one of my other biggest critiques is for this last line. She straightened and turned towards my hiding spot, but I was long gone. Well, this is kind of a thing of you can't know what you can't know. So if he is gone, then he can't see that she's straightening and turning towards his hiding spot. And so, once again, I did ask Mako about this line as well. And he said that actually the intention for that was not, you know, that he's gone and yet seeing it, but rather that he is watching from a new hiding spot. But once again, that doesn't really work for me, because even just saying, you know, she straightened and turned towards my hiding spot, but I was gone, I would still interpret gone as, like, I am gone from the scene. Like, I am entirely, I am entirely not on the board, not on the stage. But especially adding long gone is like, oh, he out of the city. You know, it's like 3 seconds, he's out of the city. The gone, he's gone out of the neighborhood. Long gone out of the city, you know. So, let's see, what did I say over here? Long seems like he's super gone, yeah. Oh yeah, so she straightened and turned towards my hiding spot, but I was out of sight. I think out of sight could work, because that can mean that she can't see me. She can't see me, I'm out of her sight, but I can still see her. You could even be direct about it. I feel like it might not be great for a last line, but you could say, like, but when she straightened and turned towards my hiding spot, I was on a nearby roof. I think long gone is a much punchier last couple words for the story, so I don't know that I'd necessarily recommend that one. But that would be clear as to what's going on in that little bit. So I'm also curious, especially for newcomers, did he seem like he genuinely did care about his family, or did he seem a bit callous or cold? This is another one that I read to my dad, and he actually did kind of get this impression of coldness because of those questions that weren't answered. So for him, it was actually a big hindrance that the questions the story brings up were not answered. So he was kind of left going, we don't know why he left. We don't know if that's important. We don't know his motivation. We don't know why he's running or hiding and why he goes back home. I would disagree on the why he goes back home, but we'll talk about that in a second. And so he was saying that he kind of seems to have two motives. Like, one motive is to hide, and that would mean, you know, don't do anything that would risk you. And the other motive is to check on his family. And so it seemed like he didn't really get enough of an understanding of why, like, the hiding thing, he said, came across super strongly. And so because that came across so strongly, then it's kind of like, well, why would you risk it to go check on them if you're not going to actually go in? And so he was kind of thinking either go in and be with them. Oh, did I hear a kitty? No, I guess I didn't. You know, go in and be with them, or don't risk it and don't check on them. He was kind of unsure why there was this middle ground where he's watching but not going in, and he's risking his, you know, he's risking being seen enough to watch them, but not enough to actually spend any time with them. And so because of that, it came off as a little cold to him, and like, I don't know that he really does care, sort of thing. And I do, you know, I don't know that I mean, I know that he cares, but I do know that because I know the universe, so I can't say what I would have thought if I didn't. But that's definitely not the impression I got. But something that I think could be nice either way, whether you're confused about that or not, would be to show his emotion when he sees his family. That, you know, right now we just have the facts of, like, I had to check on them, like, and we do have the emotion of, like, I would hate myself more than I already did if I didn't, and so that's good. I mean, not good for him, but good to show the emotion. But I think adding a little more of, like, as I watched them come home, I was filled with longing, you know, I wanted to go in with them, I wanted to be with them, but I couldn't, you know. Or he could be like, you know, I want to be with them, but I'm a monster, sort of thoughts. Granted, I don't know if that would just create more questions for newcomers, but I like the idea of showing an emotion there, showing like he feels warm when he knows they're okay, or he longs to be with them, sort of thing. I think this was 350, yeah, pretty much, so you would have to take something out to add that in, but I do think that would be nice. Okay, so... Oh yeah, so last week I tried to really explain things. This week I tried to not say anything that really needed explaining, except maybe the bit with Jostika's sister at the end. I think this is great advice overall. I think we should all aspire to do this, and I think that phrasing could be particularly helpful because, you know, I've often used the phrasing of one-off, like these should work as a one-off. This should be something that newcomers can understand perfectly well. But I often talk about the too much context versus no much context thing, which is that there's two pitfalls that we generally fall into. One is that there are things put in the story that need to be explained that aren't. Or there's explanation in the story that doesn't need to be there. And like a lot of it can be summed up in, you know, don't make the reader ask questions they shouldn't be asking. And so if you're like, I am a flurmuller. Anyways, on to the story. And then the reader's going to be like, well, what's a flurmuller and why is that relevant? And if it's not, just don't tell us that your character's a flurmuller, you know? And so, but I really like that phrasing with regards to all of this, that trying to write the story, not explaining things, but not just not explaining things, not putting anything in there that needs explaining. And so, like, remind me to make that the challenge, because I think that's, and like, granted, this is something we should be trying to do every week, but it's hard. And so... yeah, I intend and hope to, I may not succeed, But I hope to keep this in mind in my own stories for this week and thinking about, okay, have I brought up anything that needs explaining? Kind of thing. Oh yes, the eye thing. The eye thing is very interesting because almost all of my stories are in first person. I like first person because I like going into the characters' thoughts and emotions and being very personal with them. And so all the time I will start a bunch of paragraphs with I, and I'll notice that and I'll be like, oh no, we can't have that. We gotta vary it up a little bit. And I'll try and like rework the sentences so every paragraph doesn't start with I. But I didn't notice this at all until I read the story. Until I read the notes. It didn't even ping it until I read the notes. And so that's kind of encouraging because maybe that means that it's really not as big a deal as I think it is whenever I notice it. So it didn't bother me. I think it worked well. I also, knowing that, I do like the someone called is the line that doesn't start with I, because that really makes it feel like something is cutting through the story, that it's all very introspective, like it's all very hazy, it's all very personal. And so then when someone outside, external, calls, and like it goes along with what I said about the dialogue cutting through the story as well. So breaking up that structure of the I to someone and adding the dialogue really cuts through the story and is like, and it feels very like foreign and like, wait, you're breaking up the flow, you're breaking up the vibes, let's get out of here, kind of thing. So I think that worked very cool. That worked very well, personally. And Marx, I didn't notice the eye thing until it was mentioned as well. Fair. Thank you, the cheer, ghoulish. But to talk about kind of like, one of the bigger things going on here, and I don't know if I need to or not, but I feel like it could be potentially interesting to discuss, is that, I don't know how to explain it well, but Jonathan basically has this compulsion to kill. He is kind of... It's complicated how it's come about, but it's just kind of something that he is forced to continually do. And so if he stays in one place, there's going to be a lot of bodies, and he's going to be found out. And so he needs to keep moving from place to place, so that he is, not leaving more of a trail of bodies rather than a pile of bodies. And so that's related to there's also just lots of people. And so, like, if there's not very many people in a place, well, when somebody dies, goes missing and or their body shows up, that's going to be noticed. But if you're in a big city and there's lots of people, then, one body showing up isn't as notable. And when I first read it, I was totally waiting to get to the murder part, and I was, like, bracing myself, like, okay, when are we gonna get to the dark stuff, though? And personally, like, I'll be honest, I do kind of, like, overall with the story, I do struggle with that whole thing about Jonathan being a murderer. Mako and I have talked about it before. And so, personally, like, I really liked that you didn't go into that. And I think, like, again, newcomers can say, but I think that it also would be very helpful for newcomers because that tends to be quite an important thing to mention in Jonathan's stories, but it's an easy thing for newcomers to be like, you need to what now? And really requires, like, a paragraph or more to explain. And I think that could easily, make readers distance themselves and go, whoa, I don't know that we're on this guy's side anymore. Because I think if you just read it, you're like, oh, like, I feel sympathy for the guy. I don't really know why he's on the run, but, like, I feel for him. But if you drop in, yeah, I'm on the run because I need to do a heckin' murder regularly, I feel like readers are going to be like, I'm not sure I'm with you anymore, man. And so I think it worked very well for me as somebody who does know the universe, and I presume it would work very well for newcomers who don't know the universe. And that is something I was kind of talking to with my dad. I was like, well, like, I don't think adding an explanation would help, because, like, this is the explanation, you know? And so he was kind of agreeing. He was like, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, that maybe wouldn't be the best thing to include, because it requires too much explanation. And so this goes back to the too much versus too little context thing. So personally, I think it really worked in the story's favor that you just left it as ambiguous as, like, I left, I didn't come back until now. But I'm not a newcomer. So newcomers do tell us, did that work for you or not? Now that you know the explanation, are you like, no, I think that needed to be there? Or are you like, yeah, no, I totally would have, you know, been like, I'm not sure I'm rooting for this guy anymore. But also because that's such a key part of his journey and his character, that's part of what I like so much about the story, because I feel like this story is so human and we really get to know Jonathan as a person. And just the first person really helps with that. But it's also these things like him liking trains and, you know, the line about him hating himself more than he already did. Like, those kinds of emotions, these are the things I really want to see from Jonathan and his stories. I think it really makes him more relatable and human and stuff like that. So that really endeared me to the story and his character throughout the story. So I think that worked very well. I also like that the title kind of refers to Jonathan being a ghost. You know, he wanders around but doesn't want to be known or recognized, but also to the fact that, like, this place and the people in it are like ghosts to Jonathan. I think that's cool. Yes, let's see what folks have been saying. I see Mako laughing. Glad to see that. I see Foggy having many emojis. I'm not sure what that's referring to. But Foggy says, I do enjoy Jonathan's stories. Aw, that's very nice. Sleepy kitties in sleepy cities. Nice. Bulwark says, I really enjoy Wistful Reminiscence. You can see his past bothers him, but he's still connected even though he has tried to avoid it. That's very fair. And that's Mako's next comment. I see lots of emojis for Mako. Nice. Not a lot of answers from chat on this one. Once again, like, as always, you can still feel free to keep answering questions about this story in the chat if you'd like. But otherwise, we shall be moving on to Arith's story. Thank you so much for submitting, Mako. I just realized how sinister that could sound out of context. Thank you to submitting. Thank you for submitting to your overlords. Thank you for submitting your story for reading. Alrighty. Okay, we'll see that in a sec. I just see Arith. For my story, here's a pic for comparison. Amazing. Alright. Ad Astra Admirari. I don't know why I said the R's the Japanese way. Ad Astra Admirari. Shadows of the Stellar Age. By Arith Winterfell. 350 words. The crew and I watched the view screen with rapt attention. C984, a red dwarf star, had just erupted a massive arc of plasma on its surface. The twisted magnetic fields of the star shifted, and the arc of plasma became a solar flare larger than my homeworld of Uranus. Our starship, the Intrepid, kept a safe distance from the flare, but I could tell from the intensity of our lead scientist at his station that we were getting the data he had hoped for. Captain, this is incredible. This will likely help reshape our understanding of red dwarf stars, Tarser said. I nodded as I watched the incredible sight. We had traveled so far in our explorations, witnessed strange cultures of incredible diversity. We saw how humankind splintered into 1,000 forms and cultures across countless worlds. At least, that's what it felt like. And yet, It never got old. You traveled to the horizon, and there you find another horizon to reach out and grasp. These sorts of stellar and planetary surveys were the meat and potatoes of our work. The White Sun Institute, which funded the expedition, wanted as much information as we could gather. The real heart of our mission, though, was the investigation of resonance phenomena, like telepathy and alien artifacts that performed incredible feats by manipulating the fabric of reality. Ancient relics we barely understood were the real treasure to be found and brought back. I was so proud of our crew. At the start, the small crew seemed like a collection of misfits, but with time, we came together as a crew. The bridge crew is silent now, all enraptured by the sight of the flare's power. Once more, we looked out into the cosmos and marveled not only at the sight, but our humanity, being the universe wondering at itself. Some days it felt like the journey would never end, and there was hope in that constant transformation, of one wonder giving way to the next, the self of today giving way to the self of tomorrow. Throw up those moths and monsters cheer for this story if you loved it. You shall be read. I hear you. I hear you making noises. Kind of a random thing, but when I was first setting up for the first reaction video, I had to figure out how to record both the show and my audio, and boy howdy was it a struggle, and I was getting deeply frustrated and upset with all of that, and there's just like one clip that I kept because I was going through the clips and deleting them. Well, there's one clip I kept where I just go, you look like there's something wrong with you, and go on, and it's just like, and I know what I was thinking because I start the clip and then I'm like, wait, I think that there's something wrong here, but I'm just so frustrated and done with it, and then I'm like, you look like there's something wrong with you, and then the clip ends. And I just feel like I should keep that as like a meme or a GIF for my channel or something. I don't know exactly like how and where I'd use it, but it was funny to me. If I can find it, I'm sure I could, but actually, let's see, because I think I renamed it to that. Let's see how easily I can find it. Okay, it would be in, the last clip. There you go. Enjoy my frustration of the past. And yes, that is a Tangled thing. I was just using it as my testing grounds. Deathset says, just over 1k bits to the next unlock if anyone wants to help fuel up the train. Yes, greatly appreciated if you'd like to do that. How many have we unlocked so far? Is it 1, 2, or 3? Thank you for the cheers, Ghoulish and Magistrate Ironlung. Yeah, we'll talk about that, Deathset. We have 2. Nice. Alright. I mean, I guess I could, if you want me to, I guess I could just show the clip here in the video. Like, it's my clip, so there shouldn't be any problem with it. I don't know how my volume is, so I apologize if this ends up being super loud. Oh yeah, and we can see the pic for comparison. And it says, Earth shown for size comparison, and then the sun and the flare, or the red dwarf and the flare. Okay. But here's my silly little clip. Oh, it's very quiet. Let's see. Oh, Here we go.
You look like something's wrong with you.
There you go. I don't know if anybody else finds it as funny as I do, but it was particularly funny in the midst of just like me, clips of me being like why won't you work? And like testing 1, 2, 3 and stuff like that, and just nothing else, just you look like something's wrong with you. Alright, but let's go to the actual story. Alrighty. Well, definitely an enjoyable sci-fi story, very different and unique. I really like your use of the prompt here of space travelers traveling across the universe, the heavens. I think that's really beautiful and wonderful. I really like your first paragraph here. I can totally envision the star and the beauty of it and the solar flare and everything like that. That picture does put things into context, that this isn't just like, yay, a little flare. It's like, this is a flare the size of a planet, you know, and that's kind of what he's saying about it being larger than his home world. That is very interesting and cool and powerful. And then I like the phrasing of an arc of plasma. I think that's neat. So this is the guaranteed story with the name thing. It's not as strong as we'll discuss if the later story gets unlocked. But saying the solar flare is larger than my home world, honestly, that works a lot better to me and has more impact than mentioning the name of the world. The name of the world isn't important. It never comes up again in the story, and so it only distances the reader. If you say larger than my homeworld, then the reader can imagine their own homeworld and be like, wow, that's huge. But when you say my homeworld of Uranus, now I'm thinking about, okay, what's Uranus and why is it important? You know? And same thing with the Intrepid, that like, that is something that's fine. Like, you can totally mention what a spaceship's name is, and yeah, it's not that big a deal, especially if it comes up again. But especially because it doesn't come up again, not really important. Again, like, this word can have to do with wandering, and so maybe that's why you mentioned it, but not particularly, not, like, you can use the words elsewhere. It's only a couple words, but you can use the words elsewhere. I do feel like saying, like, I could tell from the look on the face, I guess I can see the, I could tell from the expression of our lead scientist. There we go. I think that would work better. The intensity, when you say intensity, I definitely thought the sentence was going to go a different direction, you know, like, the intensity of the flare, or, you know, the energy in the room, the intensity in the room, or the intensity of everybody's reactions. But the intensity of our lead scientist is kind of an awkward phrasing, and so I think saying from the expression of our lead scientist would work better. Let's see. I think I'll come back to this thing. I like this paragraph. I think it works very well. I like humankind splintering. I like that verb a lot. That's what it felt like, and yet it never got old. I could definitely feel the beauty in the wandering there. We're not lost, but we're wandering sense of like, hey, we're going from planet to planet, but it never gets boring. This solar flare is still as jaw-dropping as the last, you know. I think that's really cool. I really like the phrasing of, you travel to the horizon, and there you find another horizon to reach out and grasp. That's so cool. I especially love that, like, a horizon is an intangible thing, and so I love this image of reaching out to grasp the horizon. I just realized it also has this, like, Jack Sparrow, now bring me that horizon. I think that's a quote from him. But yeah, that priority quote of, now bring me that horizon. Literally hold the horizon in your hands. That's such a cool image and totally gets that across of like, we're studying, we're reaching, we're traveling, we're wandering, but we have so much purpose and so much love for what we're doing. There's an intentionality to it. We're not just passive observers being like, well, that's a beautiful horizon. We're grasping the horizon. I like that a lot. So this paragraph here is the vast majority of my critiques, and I apologize in advance if it ends up sounding a little bit harsh. I guess I can say that, like, in a broader sense, when I walked away from the story originally, I was feeling like I wasn't as captivated by it as I was some of the others for this week. Doesn't mean that it's a bad story. Like, there are things that are really wonderful and very good about it, and things that are more unique and interesting about it than some of the others. But personally, when I first left it, I felt like it wasn't keeping my interest as well as the others. And the great thing about doing this, as I often say, like, when I read the stories to myself, I mean, I don't know if I've said it recently, but if I'm reading a story to review, I'm very much looking for anything I liked about it and really tend to focus on the things I liked in my review. And if there's something that very much stuck out to critique, then I will critique that. But when I do it for the stream, then I kind of look through it in both ways. I look through it in, okay, what all did I like? And also, is there anything that can be improved? Scan every sentence, every word, every letter. What can be improved? Sort of thing. And so doing that helps in these sorts of cases where if I just read it to myself, then I would be like, okay, like, that one didn't captivate my interest as much as some of the others this week, and then move on. But once I sink my teeth into it, then I can pinpoint exactly where and why that happened. And it's all down to this paragraph. So I'm going to go through it. So these sorts of stellar and planetary surveys. So just starting with that. I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, audience, but I feel like most people, once you start talking about that, are not going to be as interested. It's just like, yes, the surveys. Well, I think most readers are not very emotionally invested into surveys. And so I think that even starts the paragraph with, okay, that's kind of losing my interest a little bit. And then over the meat and potatoes of our work. That's a fine expression. Like, there's nothing particularly wrong about that expression. But especially in a sci-fi story, when you're talking about planetary surveys, I'm sorry, but it's kind of been gotten out of me. But the first couple times I read it, I very much had to resist laughing, because there's just something funny to me about the idea of, like, the planets, the stars, they're the meat and potatoes. Like, I don't think anybody else finds it funny. Nobody else I've talked to has. But there's something funny about that to me. So that one captures my interest, but maybe not necessarily in a good way. Because I'm not, being engaged with what is actually being said in the sentence. And I guess a potential critique for that could be that this could be a potential reason to be careful about using cliches, because I think I'd say that's a cliche or an idiom. That can have that problem where it feels very incongruous with the other things that are happening in the story or the setting of the story as a whole. And, like, granted, I'm sure these are humans that were originally from Earth or are descended from people from Earth, so it's not wrong for them to have that expression. This just feels, to me, like the wrong place and time for that particular image to be in my head, if that makes sense. And then the White Sun Institute. This is very similar to what I said about the names thing, that the White Sun Institute, really not that important to what's going on. And, like, I, as a reader, I don't really care about the White Sun Institute. And so mentioning them isn't very helpful to the story. Like, sure, depending on if you did different things around it, you could make it a little more interesting and engaging and really focus on them and explain why they're important and why I should be invested in them. But just kind of dropping, yes, this institute, they employed us. Well, that distances me more from the characters because I'm not emotionally invested in you being sponsored by a random institute, if that makes sense. So like, yes, I understand why it's there to kind of show, like, okay, why are they on this mission? Well, they're on this mission because they were sponsored by this institute, you know. I guess as I'm saying that there's kind of an element to that, and we'll talk about that more in a second, where it's not an emotional reason. Like, it's not saying we're all here because we're really passionate about the stars. Kind of the same thing with the surveys thing, where it's like, it's not saying, like, everyone's here because we love what we do. We're all here because surveys and because institute. You know, that's not something that I as a reader can really relate to or enjoy, so now I'm kind of pulling back from the story a bit. And then the real heart of the mission, though, is the investigation of resonance phenomena. Well, now you've just mentioned well, I guess that's kind of different. But now this is a new name, and B, a new thing. So you basically said, hey, like, stellar and planetary surveys, they're the heart of our work. They're the meat and potatoes of our work. And then you say, wait, no, actually the real heart of our work is resonance phenomena. And we're like, okay, what's resonance phenomena? Telepathy and alien artifacts. Well, that's not something that is ever mentioned or even hinted at throughout anywhere in the rest of the story. And so I think this is really the crux of my issue with the story, which is that, like, I just lost how I was gonna say it. That you're basically saying the heart of the mission and the thing that we really care about is something that is not introduced to us except in this one sentence and is not mentioned again. And so that makes me pull back from the story even more. Then I'm like, oh, the heart of your mission is something that I don't really care about. So it makes me care a lot less about the mission, if that makes sense. And then, like, it's kind of is repeated in Ancient Relics We Barely Understood, where the real treasure we found and brought back. Like, and the funny thing is that this line immediately makes me think of the, you know, maybe the real treasure was the friends that we made along the way. But the thing is, like, once I thought of that feels like what the message of the story should be, especially with where the next paragraph goes. Like, the real treasure of the crew, the real treasure of the journey does feel like it's the crew. It feels like it's the friendships that you make. It feels like it's the way you're seeing humanity across the universe. It's, you know, the beautiful cultures and things and solar flares that you're seeing across the world and the people you're meeting as you do it. And so then to say, yeah, ancient relics, that's the real treasure. That really detracts for me personally, because, like I said, I don't care about ancient relics. Like, I'm sure that, you know, if you wrote another story that really explained, and we'll talk about this more in a second, but if you wrote another story that really explained why these relics are important, why they're passionate about them, then I could get really into it and like it and care about them. But in this story, when they're only mentioned for a brief second, and they're not the part of the story that I'm interested in or care about, and then you're telling me they're the thing I should care about the most in the story, like I said, that really detracts from me. And so honestly, if this entire paragraph was removed from the story, like, I would like the story so much more. The story would work so much better for me. I would be so much more engaged in it. And I'll talk about it more as we talk about this paragraph. So, yes, as Death said, pointed out, smaller nitpicky thing. There's a lot of crew going on here. I think that you could just say this as, I'm so proud of our crew. At the start, we seemed like a collection of misfits, but with time, we came together as a crew. The bridge was silent now, all enraptured by the sight of the flare's power. I think would work with only saying that first one, but as is, as is evidenced by someone in the chat also pointing out, it's very noticeable, and it definitely detracts from these ideas that are really cool and interesting ideas that I like. And that being said, I do really like that idea of like, yeah, at first we just seemed like a bunch of misfits, but hey, like now we're actually understanding each other and coming together as a team and a crew. I think that's great. I'm curious about the meaning of this line. So once more we looked out into the cosmos and marveled not only at the sight, but our humanity being the universe wondering at itself. It's that verb of being, our humanity being. So I'm very curious, like, are you intending that to be taken as like wondering at the universe wondering at itself? Like that's what it means to be human. That's what humanity is. That's very interesting, if so. And then absolutely love this next line of, we felt like the journey would never end. And this kind of goes along with, like, you travel to the horizon and you find another horizon to grasp. This is very much that idea as well of, like, the self today giving way to the self of tomorrow. And we're all, like, we're all changing as we wander. And I think that's a very beautiful idea. I like that a lot. I do like the hope and wonder of it, that, like, we love what we do. We're lost with a purpose. We're going out into the world. I think that's great. Going back to this. So this is a similar but different thing to all the stuff about this paragraph. So, Captain, this is incredible. This will likely help reshape our understanding of red dwarf stars. So, that's cool. Like, don't really have a problem with that. That's neat. But it's the same idea of, like, okay, like, I like knowledge as much as the next person. But I can't really get into, yay, data! Like... That's not really something that emotionally invests me in the story. And so I think that something you could have done overall to, at least for me, make the story more engaging overall is if you made the whole story about red dwarf stars. And you could have had it be something like, and that could also be a reason to name drop the homeworld, because maybe, hey, like, our sun is a red dwarf star and, like, something's wrong with it. It's going to do something that's going to destroy our world. So we need to find information about red dwarf stars to save our world. Ooh, like, now I'm invested. Now I care about the data. But just data for data's sake, data because you need to send it to a university, that doesn't really emotionally invest me or put me in the same position of love and passion as the characters, if that makes sense. And that, isn't the only way. Like I said, like, honestly, just taking this paragraph out would do a lot of heavy lifting in helping the story really zero in on what you want it to zero in on, because I do think just this general idea of we're wandering, we go to lots of places, we do lots of things, we like it all, that works just fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. That can be emotional and a little more relatable. But this would be another option to do that. If you wanted a place, to use those words, as you could really go into, okay, why do we care about red dwarf stars? What's the emotional reason to get invested in this beyond, yay, data, Oh yeah, and that kind of relates to the alien thing too, where it's like, red dwarf stars don't seem to have anything to do with alien telepathy to me. And so the alien telepathy stuff could work better is if this whole part was about some alien relic, like maybe they're on a world and they find this relic they've been searching for all this time. Then it would be like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. I get why that's the heart. It might still have the issue of like, okay, like, data, okay, relic, I want to care more, I want more emotional investment. But I do think that would work better rather than going, wow, awesome, love the red dwarf star, this description is so great. Oh, why do we care? Oh, because the university told us to care. But this isn't what we care about. We care about alien telepathy. That kind of thing. So I do like, I don't know how harsh exactly I'm being on the story. I do really like the story. I do really like what you're going for. I like the hope and optimism of it. I like your way of wandering. I like this idea of them being like, this is what it means to be human, is to go out into the world and to, yeah, like to splinter into the world, to learn about new cultures and stuff like that. I do think that's really beautiful. Let's see what folks have been saying. Arith says, there's actually a line missing at the end, but really it may have been unneeded. It was the line, each day we are born anew. But I kind of already said that in the text. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't, I think that's the first time that's happened, that I've like fully ended up cutting off a line. I want to see, I think you already saw the name, but I want to see if it's like at the bottom of, yeah, no, I don't see, because I was thinking maybe I put the next story like before that line, and so it cut off that line. I'm so sorry about that, but yeah, that's a beautiful line too. I like that a lot. Of, you know, the self of yesterday transforms into the self of today. So each day we're born anew. You know, I don't know, like a star going into supernova and becoming a nebula, you know, each day, you know, we become a new thing, and the old self explodes to give birth to the new self. I don't know. That is neat. Corian says, wholesome and sense of wonder comes through. Nice. Arith, unneeded words. Yeah, I agree with you there. Could have cut the words that they would work better. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, this actually works for me. Like, maybe it's not necessary. You could just say, I read Dwarf Star. But that name works because it shows, like, we don't even have a name for this star. Like, we are far from our homeworld. Because if this star was close to our homeworld, we'd have a name for it. And so I think that one worked for me personally. All right, Ad. Where are ya? Crabs, harpoon. Where are you, Ad? I might try and blow my nose again, because, well, it is almost the break, so. Because this is usually when I go to break, right? It is 6 my time. So I'm thinking that maybe just go into the break would be good.
Meow? Do I hear meow? Hi. Hello, baby. Oh. Come inside. On the way. Okay. Bo Kitty, come into the camera view.
Of course, he goes just around. Yeah, she's on the Azure throne, baby.
She got her first. There's the kitty. There he is.
Yeah, you really want on the chair, don't you?
You silly baby.
Yes, baby.
So cute. So cute, Bo. In the bed.
Holds our boot overhead like Tusken Raider. I'm torn because he's on the camera, but not within petting distance now.
Right, Bella? Cutie. You can have this chair, baby.
It's like, yeah, but it's not the throne. I want the throne. Huh, the ad is done for you, Arith. Interesting.
Oh, yes,
baby. You come to see if the throne is occupied and then you want to leave.
Oh, my sweet kitty cat. You're the baby. Oh, you're so cute. Don't sneeze on the computer, please. There you go. There you go. That's the chair you can sit on. Yes, it is. This is a good chair for you. Are the ads done for everybody? No. Baby. Oh, baby cat. Must I? Must I let you out? Is that really what I have to do?
Arith's Chaucer's statement is a bit awkward, I feel like, compared to the internal thoughts and feelings of the captain. Captain, this is incredible. This will likely help reshape our understanding of red dwarf stars. I mean, I don't know if it's like, I don't think the phrasing is awkward, and I don't know if it's awkward compared to what the captain is thinking. Unless you mean what I was saying about, like, the captain is emotionally invested and the Chaucer's like, data, you know? What is exploration but wandering with purpose? Indeed. Arith nods, yeah. Arith said, I hadn't seen that about the distancing of the one paragraph. It does move away from the feel of the rest of the story. You make a good point. Thank you for that critique. It's really helpful. I'm glad to hear it's helpful. Arith, humanity being the universe. Yep, the idea that humanity is an extension of the universe in both a literal and physical and metaphorical sense. Our wondering at the universe is the universe pondering itself. Ah, yeah, I think I have heard that phrasing before. That makes sense. Humanity often sees itself as separate from the world around it, even though we are enmeshed in our ecosystems and life in the world. Yeah, fair. It makes me think of the all is one and one is all thing from Fullmetal Alchemist. Arith, yeah, I kind of feel like I was all over the place. It just needs more focus and keeping the audience engaged. Very fair. I mean, I don't know if I'd say the whole story is all over the place. It really is just that one paragraph, because I do think the story without that paragraph is much more focused on, like, we love wandering, this is what it means to be human, and, like, the Red Dwarf Star then just becomes an example of that. It's, like, nothing... Without that paragraph, it reads more like, yeah, like, the Red Dwarf is great, and then that planet we went to yesterday is great, too. We're wanderers, we like learning about this stuff, you know, kind of thing. Sure, maybe I'm not as emotionally invested in the data, but, you know, it would create more of a vibe of, like, overall, we just like exploring. Rather than specifically calling out the heart of the story, the heart of what we're looking for is something that we haven't seen, you know what I mean? In the words of Joe Duplantier from Gojira, this microphone is nature. This building is nature. Everything. Nice. We are all Theseus' ship. It says, it's okay about the last line. No worries. I don't know what the smiles I mean. What is that about? Come on, Aunt drag shotgun. I just want to talk. No mystery story. I'm thinking not. I think we are either on time or on the late time. So we can maybe discuss, like, what we want to do for the, you know, as long as I, once again, still have energy at the end. But we can maybe discuss what to do for the mystery stuff, and if you guys would rather do the bonus story for the mystery, or the monthly stuff, I mean. Thereabouts, midstream break happens about now. Fair. Yeah, they used to do banner ads on YouTube. Now everything is video ads. Yeah, that's true. The banner ads were much nicer. Ads are temporal. The archive is eternal. What is the 5 for? I've already eaten dinner, so we're a little late, I think. Very, very fair. Freeze-dried meat and potatoes. It takes a special person to go, woohoo, data! Yeah. I mean, it depends on what the data is, because I feel like all of us could get invested in a certain type of data, but just saying like, wow, we're learning, you know, like I said, doesn't emotionally invest me the way, yay, we can save our world, does, kind of thing. Oh, T-minus 5 seconds, gotcha. All right, midstream question time. I think I hear a sneeze. I hear a sneeze outside. I want to have my snack break, so... So I think showing you the different reaction video setups, I think I'll do that after. So I think we should probably do a, oh no, kitty. Oh no, baby cat. Oh, you sneezy little goober. Okay. Alright. So I think we should, probably do our question, and then I can show you the different setups after. So once again, as per usual, I didn't write a question down. So if you have ideas for what are you opening? Xbox. I don't even know what it is, but there's like a little Xbox thing in my home bar that started opening. I don't even recall clicking it. But yeah, so if you have ideas for questions, don't hesitate to ask them.
Kitty?
Where'd you go?
Yeah, you back there.
Let's see. Did I have a question idea that's flowing out of my brain, or did I not? Oh yeah, there was something I mentioned earlier that I was like, oh no, that was the reaction thing, wasn't it? Character archetypes isn't really a question. I feel like if I just typed character archetypes, question mark, the chat would just be like, character archetypes, period. Oh, I haven't really seen the episodes with JonTron, so I won't know how to voice it right, but sorry, every time I hear someone say Xbox, I hear JonTron going, Xbox. I guess, like, maybe regarding the whole things that don't need explaining thing, maybe I could ask a question of, like, how do those of you who have universes try to make it so newcomers can understand them? Like, maybe we can get some different advices on how to make your universe understandable. And then I guess the other side of it would be, for those of you who write one-offs, you know, is this why you don't write universes? Or you know, how can we encourage you to write universes? I don't know. I just see. Wolf, apparently, angry sand noises. And then Arith. I find the idea of angry sand noises to be funny. It's like you're walking on the sand and suddenly the sand gets angry at you and makes noise at you. The jellyfish in the bag is there to protect from angry sand. Amazing. Well, I don't really see any other questions, so I guess I feel self-conscious. Let me do it without you watching. Your typing sounds like Sans talking. It sounds that deep. It sounds like kind of more high pitched to me. That's interesting. It sounds like. I would have guessed papyrus. Oh, this is a long one. I fear I won't be able to make it big enough to be seen on the other screen. That seems a little small. Yeah. Yeah, now making it. Ah! Excuse me? I guess it was all highlighted. I don't know. I can't read it on the screen. Can you guys read it on the screen? I'll read it and you guys can answer. But for those of you who write in the universe, what steps do you take? What things do you think about to help your stories be understood to newcomers as standalones? If you're someone who has been confused by a universe story before, what do you think people who write in a universe should do or think about more often to make their stories more easily understood? If you always write standalones, is the difficulty in making a universe understood by newcomers part of what makes you not want to write about a universe? I think these should be. Leans in. I can barely see it. I'll try just a little bit more, but yeah, but now the whole thing doesn't fit, so that's as far as we can go, but I can put it in the chat at least. All right. There you go. All right. Music time. I think that's a little too close to the end. Let's go back. talk to you in a little bit. That was a pretty good one. As I look at this screen, I always find new stuff about it. Like, last time I noticed that the stars twinkle, and this time I noticed the coffee steaming. Like, I love it so much. It's so cute and beautiful. There's only one thing that kind of bothers me, or, well, yeah, I don't know. And I guess either I'll tell it to you guys and you'll be like, no, it's not a problem, and here's what it is. Or it will now bother you guys too. But the little candles at the top, they swing back and forth, and then the plants at the bottom swing back and forth, not in time. Not in like the same exact way that the hanging things do. But like it's still beautiful. It's a very minor complaint and absolutely stunning setup. But oops, this one. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh well, actually, let's sit down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is another thing that's a little bit annoying. That Arith says, I noticed the candles at the top swinging and then jumping in their animation rather than looping smoothly. Yeah, I do wish the loop was more smooth. Kitty Boos, you're so cute. So Arith says, I try to write in universe, but I often wander about, so I feel like I just end up with a bunch of disjointed one-offs instead of a coherent larger universe, much to my frustration. It isn't that people writing their universes puts me off for a larger writing a universe. It's just that I really struggle in writing a coherent larger world that clearly separates itself from other forms of that genre. For example, Shadows of the Stellar Age is a sci-fi setting, but I feel like it still feels very vague and just generic sci-fi-ish rather than a unique world. I don't know how to change that, and I wish I had a more coherent universe creation in our smaller stories. Unfortunately, it's not about being put off about one-off, it's just a struggle to clearly delineate my setting from other settings, fantasy or sci-fi. Interesting. Well, something I'd say to that is that, like, of course, like, it's great to want to be unique. Like, that is a great thing and a great goal, and I definitely don't want to discourage you from pursuing that. But at the same time, like, I want to find the meme. Somebody find the meme or the Tumblr post or whatever it is where it's like, me writing, like, I want to be, like, unique. I want to write a story nobody's told before. Me reading, time to read the same story I've read 1,000 times. But like, it's not that exact phrasing, but it's basically like, let's use, like, enemies to lovers, right? There are a ton of different, like, enemies to lovers stories out there, and they're all different, but in a lot of ways, they're all the same. And so, and like, people can and do love that. And so, just because your story, like, I mean, it depends. Like, I think some of your stories are quite unique and some are more generic sci-fi and stuff like that. But even if they are generic sci-fi, like, that doesn't mean that they're not good, and that doesn't mean that people won't love them and enjoy them. So if that's something, like, that's a good goal to have, to be unique, but if that's something that's actively hindering you from writing or actively causing you frustration, then I definitely encourage you that allowing yourself to start from a non-unique place and start in a, like, okay, like, maybe this is a generic sci-fi story, but I'm gonna try and make it the best sci-fi story I can. Then I think that might lead you to end up making a unique story, if that makes sense. And I do think, like, I don't know if I've said this before or if others have talked about it with you, but something you also might want to consider, Arith, is that I think the thing about your stories that is that they all happen in a larger universe, but they happen with totally different characters and totally different parts of the universe. And I think a lot of us who have larger universes, we stick with, like, the same cast. And so it might be, like, an AU of that cast, but it's, like, pretty much always the same characters. Like, what you're doing is great, and, like, it's you, and I love what you're doing, and I think you make some amazing stories, like... Like, you know, I like that one week, you know, you write about the, you know, the love robot, and then another week you write about the crew out in space, and, like, if we're only focusing on a certain cast, that might not allow you to do such versatile stories in the same universe. So I do really love that and think there's merit in that. But if you yourself are, like, feeling like your stories are disjointed and don't feel like they're connected, that could definitely be something to focus on more heavily, like your characters like Arith, or the only thing that's coming to mind is Reginald, but it's not Reginald. Robert, is it? It's the clone guy, you know, like characters like Arith or the clone guy and stuff like that. You know, I think if you wrote, like, a bunch of stories about the same characters, that might end up making you feel like they're more connected. If that's not something you're passionate about or interested in, totally fine to not do that. But if that's something you're wanting to strive towards, that could be a way to something to consider. Yeah, Mako says, what makes your world unique is the story you tell in it. Aw, that's beautiful. Yes, exactly. It's kind of that idea of, like, if two writers have the same idea, they're not going to tell the story the same way. And so both stories can still be loved and beloved, even if they come from the same exact idea or setting. Vanessa says, for the writing group, I think the best strategy is to leave out all irrelevant information about the universe for the story. Hopefully you can fit the relevant information for the story within the 350 words. Does that always work for me? No, of course it doesn't. But it's the only thing I can think of. For not the writing group, well, I tend to write long form, so I don't have to worry about a word count to fit my world building in. That's very fair, and that's pretty much, you know, kind of what I strive to do too, of just like, okay, is this information relevant? No, then leave it out, you know, kind of thing. Simple and true. Wolf says, I personally have multiple universes, so I'm in a bit of a unique predicament. I try to avoid things that have to explain too much, like oneironautics, in Garlock, or alchemy or astrology in Finveld. I try to use a language that everyone understands. That's why I wrote exclusively about Rot for a bit, because people understand what an Inquisitor is. To be fair, I don't always do this, just read any of my Oniyama stories, but I usually try to have things to where people can use Google words. I'm using, like, when you look up words you don't understand in a dictionary. Gotcha. It's interesting, because I don't know if I've read a lot of stories about Rot, because Rot is I remember there was a story you wrote about, like, I was imagining it as, like, this black ooze shadow creature, but I don't know that that's correct. And it, like, you know, was having some introspection and then, like, went into a house and, like, a lady who I think made the creature, like, petted it. I'm not describing it very well. I really liked that story. I don't know if that was Rod or someone else. But I'm recalling that I think a character of yours that works very well and is very understood across, like, you know, multiple stories is your dragon character. I don't remember her name, but that she's, like, you know, fighting for dragon rights, you know, but going around in human form, and I think she was the one who had to meet the, like, arrogant little goblin creature in that one story and stuff like that. This is kind of going along with what I was saying about characters, sticking with a certain character. Hello, Struggo Buggo. I love your name. We are, well, the stream overall is about reading stories that my community wrote for our prompt. Not all wanderers are lost, but right now we're talking about this midstream question that I came up with. And what else? And definitely a good idea to like not bring up a concept that in and of itself requires a lot of explanation. That kind of goes along with the murder in Mako's story, that like once you throw the murder into the story, you can't just throw that in and be like, oh yes, the murder. That's the reason he must, wander about. Oh yes, my good sir, the murder. That's a short to clip. If you brought that up, it doesn't work that way. So you need to explain, okay, but why the murder though? And so that's a simpler explanation of like kind of what you're saying of like something big, like, I couldn't even say the word, but unaeronautics. It sounds like a big, discipline similar to like alchemy or something like that, which does sound like it's a mechanic that would take a lot to explain. And so that's something I need to add. Let me write something down. Oh, right, the murder. Exactly. So yeah, good idea. Though it kind of depends, because like I feel like people have a basic understanding of alchemy and astrology, so you might be able to use things like that and like you bank on people, knowing about it already. But if it's something exclusive to your universe, then yeah, that's something that would require explanation. Goodbye, Massa. Foggy says, to answer this one, I try to make my scenes either a climax or a calm spot of conversation. Interesting. I feel like I agree with that to an extent. That, like, yes, like, these are short scenes, and so you can't bank on, like, oh, I have all the build-up and I have the climax. You basically just have to go, alright, I get 352 words, I get the climax. I don't get any build-up. And stuff like that. What was I gonna say? But I think it depends, because, like, it depends on what the climax is and how much explanation it requires and stuff like that. I'm not remembering. I had something in my head to reply to that, and I'm not remembering what it was now. I think what I was going to say is that's not necessarily enough to make newcomers understand, because if you just grab the climax of something, like, that's good for you as a writer to go, okay, I only get this much. But depending on what the climax is, easily the reader can be like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's up with this and why this is climactic, So there is other elements to it that you got to do to explain, okay, how did we get here? What is here? Where is here? Kind of thing. Wolf says, I can't expect people to understand internal martial arts or utilization of the Qi, Jing, or Shen when this is not part of their culture. Very fair. That's a really good point, that, like, I don't know if people in, like, over in Asian countries would be like, oh yeah, I totally understand all those things. Those are basic things. But over here in America or in, the Western world, we're going to be like, what? What are those things? And so that is a good point about, well, interesting, yeah. Because we have people from all over the world. I think we have the most people from the U.S., but we have people from all over the world in this group. And so that's an interesting point about this particular audience, that, that you have to be careful about stuff like that. It looks like, Foggy said I couldn't finish, too busy work. Fair. Mako seems to be having a similar advice. Arith, make a character in your universe. Come up with some sort of story for them, or just what they would do in your world. Introduce world as character moves through it. Profit. Yeah, that's a really great point, that continues on what I was saying about characters, which is neat that we both said that. Yeah, that instead of going, like, here's the world, like, kind of what I was saying about your story today, of, like, this is what we're here for. I mean, I don't know. I guess that was from a character's perspective, though, wasn't it? But anyway, what I was trying to say is that, yeah, that exposition of, like, here's the world, here's what it looks like, here's how it works, that can totally work and be engaging. But oftentimes, like, showing us, here's this person, here's why we care about this person, okay, here's the world they live in, or, like, they learn about the world, and we learn about it through them, can be more engaging than just telling us about the world, you know? And it says, thanks for the advice, that helps, I think. Thanks to both Auntie and Mako. Nice. Rot is a red-haired werewolf inquisitor. Her name is literally red in German. It also is Rot in I was about to say in American. In English, something rotting. I feel like if that's not something you considered, you need to consider that your American readers are absolutely going to read that as, yes, her name is about things rotting. I think it's a badass name, but definitely something to consider. Average Ford disliker. Ayo! Hello. The stream is about reading stories from my community, but right now we're answering this question that I put on the screen. Somebody should give our newcomers the link to the Discord as well. Oneirionautics. Gotcha. Oneirionautics sounds like the art of swimming through dreams, or travel through dreams anyways. Wolf says, it's exactly travel through dreams. How things get tricky and surreal very fast. Fair. And then the dream squids attacked. The four nations lived in harmony until the dream squids attacked. Thanks, Ghoulish. Alright. Dissa says, one, always introduce the characters like someone is just tuning in. This is why I always lead into Califrac Tales. Califrac Tales by calling him Old Knight, Dorgu as his grandson, and Nail as her washerwoman to make the relationship clear. Yes, you're very good about this, and so, yeah, I'm curious to read on, but just to talk about that for a second. That is a great idea, and like, well, again, if it gets unlocked, we'll talk about this in one of the stories as well, but this actually pairs very well with what I'm talking about, the names thing, because, I mean, I don't know, I guess I can just say it without actually going into the story fully, because I think it is the best example to just use the story itself. So in this particular line, Layla's likely dead. Well, in the story, we have not been introduced to Layla. And so we have no idea what Layla's relationship to any of the characters is. But if you just say, like, my mother, my sister, my friend, my lover, if you just say what the relationship is, then immediately us as newcomers can go, oh wow, like we understand why this is sad, rather than like, okay, somebody you seem to care about, ? Is likely dead. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that is great advice to do that, and that goes along with, because there's kind of two elements to that, right? There's one, what I'm saying about use your character's relationship to that character. So, like, I don't always succeed, but I do my best to always introduce Lestaire as my brother. Because if I just say, oh yeah, Alastor and Victor, then it's like, okay, who are these people and why do we care? But if I say, oh, my brother and Victor, oh, okay, we still don't know who Victor is, but at least we have, you know, a connection point to understand who Alastor is. And then there's another side to it of what you're saying, of, like, not necessarily the relationships, but just, what is this character? Who is this character? And so, if you just say Califrac, well, newcomers are like, okay, who's Califrac? But if you say the old knight, immediately we have a much stronger image of who this guy is and what he's about and what he's doing. So yeah, I think that's a great idea. 2, make sure that there's a beginning, middle, and end that's understandable without having read anything else. Yes, absolutely. 3, lean on more universal story ideas, like a knight fighting a dragon or beast in the woods, rather than emphasize internal details, like a specific previous fight. Ooh, yeah, that's a great way to phrase that, too. I haven't thought about it in that way, but for sure, like, a lot of us will want to reference previous stories, and sometimes that can work fine. But referencing a universal thing, like, yeah, like a knight fighting a dragon, rather than last week I had this very specific fight, definitely makes things more understandable. And I don't really know what to add to it, to 2, more than what you said, but also totally agree with that having a clear beginning, middle, and end is definitely something you should try to do. It can be hard to do in 3 to 50 word stories, but even if you're, like, just doing the climax or just doing, like, a lull scene, there can still be an arc there. There can still be a beginning, middle, and end. And I guess that kind of has to do with the question idea, that you could, I guess, think of it as, like, bring up a question and take us to the answer, rather than bring up a question and then that being irrelevant to, you know, what's going to happen. If it's just like, all right, here's your question, here's your answer, that feels more like an arc with a beginning, middle, and end. This is also how old pulp stories like Robert E. Howard's Conan worked, so read those and see what he's doing for ideas. Nice. Nika says, okay, so for me it's difficult because my whole world is kind of complicated. Not just characters. So a lot of the time I just have to do things like say, she has cat ears. Looks at audience. That's all you're getting. Good? Good. So I try to limit myself to what is actually important to introduce and just make those very obvious. I feel like I'm not great at this, though. Because I'm more bugged by the Atlas moth not moving at all on the standby. Yeah, on the side. I do, and the little ones in the light. I do agree with that. Like, we have the one on the computer that moves and the other ones don't. I don't really know why that is, but it seems like there might be layers to the picture, and like the shelves, the window, the cats, the moths, and then the moths on the window, the moths outside the window and the moths on the window are all on the static layer. And then the layer that has the computer on it has a moth on it that can move. I don't know for sure. But anyways, yeah, you brought up another, I mean, I don't know if you intended to, but you brought up another thing that's kind of related to what I was saying about names, which is that, that saying, like, Therian, well, not everybody's gonna know what a Therian is, even though some people are. And so saying, she has cat ears, immediately, even people who don't know what Therians are will go, ah, yes, cat girl, I understand. But if you say Therian, people who don't know what that is are gonna be like, what am I picturing here? And so, yeah, that it's not just names of characters, but also names of, like, things and people groups and thing groups and places in your world. And that's fair about, like, the whole world being complicated, so it's hard to figure out what to include. I also have that problem. Especially because my main character's main struggle is a weird struggle. And so, like, I often have to figure out how to as naturally as I can slip in, hey, he used to be a wolf. And that definitely can easily be one of those things where it's like, I feel like sometimes it can be a thing where it's like, okay, I understand. He used to be a wolf. And other times it's like, he used to be a what? What happened? So yeah, I totally get you there. Frank, that's right. Frank and Charles, yes. Frank replicate, not clone. What's the difference? Struggle Buggo says there has to be a balance, because in a new world you'll run into a wall where you need to create exposition or leave your reader guessing. Some people may be able to push through, though, that you need to engage for a reader to ignore the new vocab words and wait for them to be explained. That's a great point. Yeah, that kind of like what we were talking about with Jonathan's story, right? That I feel like a lot of people would be like, okay, we don't know why he left home, but we don't need that. All we know is he's wandering, and we can feel for him. But then for my dad was like, no, I really need to know this, to get into this story. And so that's a good point, that some readers will be more willing to stick with you, be like, all right, I have my collection of questions and vocab words. I will hold on to them. And other people are like, I have vocab words falling, help me, tell me what they mean. I can't continue until you tell me. So that's fair. Average 4 dislike says, trying my hand at writing, just fleshed out a character from one of my favorite games, so I was compelled to. Nice. Our, when you say when your name is Average 4 disliker, do you mean the car? Do you mean Henry Ford? Or do you mean Ford from Gravity Falls? Or all of them? The character is original, the game is Skyrim, it's fan fiction. Nice. Oh boy. Lamar Zen, I sent from the future to warn you. The Twitch mods will betray you in 2 weeks from now. That's very ominous, but welcome. Yeah, thanks for the explanation, Mako. Steel Bulwark, I wish I hadn't passed out. I tuned in after work and I'm just now walking back to see that you read mine. No, I haven't read yours. I just was using yours as an example because I had the best example, a very concrete example. The Alice moth stopped moving because it's sleeping. Shh. Oh yeah, did you guys see the thing I posted in the meme corner? Actually, maybe it might be low enough I can just put it on the screen. Maybe it was further back than I thought. I didn't think it was further than that. Did I skip it? Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Let me put it back to the other thing in case something weird happens when I click this. Okay. It's not a butterfly title, it's a moth. But look at it. Doesn't it totally look like 3 snakes in the tree? Like when I first saw the picture, I was like, what am I looking at? Is that like a bundle of snakes? And then like I turned to the next one and I was like, oh my gosh, it's an Atlas moth. And I think when I was looking up the Atlas moth, I think I did know about the snake thing, but it was more in a picture like this, and this looks a little more goofy. But this, for some reason to me, really looks like snakes. So that's very interesting. Also, that's the title that has butterfly in it. It's not a butterfly. Anyways. Oh yeah, so I was like, why was I talking about that? Yeah, as the Atlas moth sleeps, it looks like a snake, I guess. What's the difference? Clones are like a biological twin. Replicant has... Oh, there's another ad. As biological shortcuts inside are manufactured in a factory. So, like, clones are like, you know, actual, like, human people, flesh bodies. And, replicants are robot bodies with some, like, biological parts, like cyborg creatures. Average Ford disliker. The car. I used to be a Ford mechanic. Oh, gotcha. You were a Ford mechanic and you decided not for you. At least you're not a Fjord disliker. Nice. I picture someone going north just to stand around and dislike Fords. It makes me think of that. I don't know what the meme is called, but the meme of just like he's wearing kind of like a plaid shirt and a vest and stuff, and like looking at Fords, like fjords, like that. I mean, I guess you'd be looking at Fords like that, but the joke would be going to Norway and just looking like that. Oh, I was wondering, I was like, this is a different conversation than we were having. Right, because I was in the meme corner. It is, in fact, a different conversation. Alrighty-roo. Well, let us go on to our encores. Somebody tag Shinny. No. Got 2 sleepy kitties. My guess was to your reference to the replicants. Oh yeah, about the gotcha. The cyborg versus like flesh body. Anyone want to help unlock story 3? Says this one. Can you see the kitty? Yes, you can. Oh, but not if I'm in the way. You can just see my legs as a void before the cat. I don't want to pet him because we learned last time that if I pet him while he's in this state, then he gets up. The other kitty is also being very cute, but I don't know if I can move.
Oh, so cute. And now she's making noises. Oh, you can see her. There she is. That's a baby. That's a Bella. There's a bow.
Oh yeah, I guess I need to do the reaction thing, so I guess I should be pulling those up.
Yeah, boy, I see you. I see you, baby.
Well, I'm nervous that once I click on it, it'll start playing, so I should wait until a more serious moment. What the ads just shut off for me, even though it says I got like 2 minutes left. Huh, are you... Wait a second. Wait just a dang minute. Oh yeah, I need to take that. I need to take the doubly cocooned roll off you, because I was gonna say... I'll use my phone. I was gonna say, like, if you are a cocooned on Twitch, then you shouldn't be getting ads. But it seems that you are only cocooned on Discord, which I still very much appreciate. I appreciate either way. Okay. Edit rolls. Nope to that. You are now lavender instead of that deep purple. Yeah. that is odd. And it's done for Foggy too. What did you? Oh, you tried to cheer, but Twitch didn't let you. Well, that's annoying. All right. Okay, so I was gonna pull up. Wait, let's go down here. All right, we'll click on this, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so this is how I did. I'm laughing because I have like the same smile on my face that Jace does in this shot. But this is how I was doing them. I just had it's a little transparent because I know you're supposed to lower the quality of the recording for YouTube. I might have to actually do more than this in post to mess with the quality more. But that's why you can see the lightsaber through them. But anyway, so this is how most of the videos so far have been filmed. But then I realized after I got this new awesome setup from Pookie, that... Castlevania, where are you? There you are. Oops. Shut up. That face. That I tried doing this for a couple of episodes. And, you know, this is not transparent. In order to do this setup, it's not. So I think I might have to, like I said, this I might really have to mess with a little bit in post. I think I'd just put like a white square on top of this and then make it a little opaque. So it's like, it's not great quality, but you can still see it. But anyway, so which setup do you like more? Do you like this with Pookie's Pookie stuff? I mean, granted, oh man, I might need to show it to you with the old setup, you know, so you can see it better. So it's not with Pookie stuff for the stream. Yeah, so do you like this better? As long as it works to, you know, either... It's weird because, like, I need to, you know, look more into it. And if any of you know or have resources, then tell me. But some YouTubers react to stuff and they don't lower the quality at all, and they and like this, they don't even reverse it so like you can see the subtitles. And that's something I really want to do. Like, I always watch things with subtitles, and I feel like it's especially helpful in a reaction where it would be like the video is quieter, so I want the audience to see I want the audience to be able to read the subtitles too, so I don't really want to reverse it. But anyways, I say some YouTubers don't lower the quality at all and seem fine, and other ones like reverse it and make it transparent and like make it much worse. So I don't know like which one I need to do. But anyways, so yeah, as long as I can make it so the ones with the higher quality either just as that or lowered in post, as long as that works. Do you want me to use the one with Pookie's setup, or do you want to just use the generic, me to use the generic setup? Aw, that's understandable, Miko. There was a new sub, that's 500 bits. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Have we? Well, actually, so we've considered gift subs as 500. Have we considered new subs as 500? Because the new sub is you getting like you're guaranteed, right? Like that's the perks of that. I don't know, but the gift sub is like you gave something to someone else. You should be rewarded. I don't know. But a dancing jinx at the bottom of the show's picture. If I have to, but I'd have to go find that and figure out how to put it in there. Arith says, I like the latter better. Very fair. Thank you for the cheer, Death said. There, Ashikkon is unlocked. Awesome. Thanks so much. Arith says, yeah, I like Pookie setup better myself. Fair. Ghoulish says, yep, new subs count. Mako says, absolutely. Ghoulish says, resubs don't. Ah, that was the distinction. Gotcha. Nice. Well, I only got one answer on the setup, so if anybody disagrees with Arith, or if you do agree, speak now or forever hold your peace, because it's gonna continue to be that for the foreseeable future unless anybody speaks up now.
Kitties?
You're so cute. Oh my goodness. Look at those kitties. They were looking at me a second ago. I said kitties and they both turned to me. It was quite precious. Ghoulish, I don't really care as long as you do what works for you. Fair. Okay. Let's do this. Oops, we're not doing comments yet. The Last Man on Earth Remembers by Shinny. 332 words. The sun is high, the sky is bright, but I'm so cold. On such a day, I would have met up with friends, or gone for a bike ride along the chattering riverbank. I'd sneak glances at the pretty girls and chuckle to myself at the kids playing in the water. The trickle of water still remains, as does the wind rustling through the trees. But no laughter, no chatter, no rattling of bike chains or rumbling of car engines. Just a hole in the world where humanity was. From small villages in rural Bavaria to concrete megacities on the Indian subcontinent, all empty, devoid of the rich colors of people who gave them life. I never realized just how noisy humanity is. Engines running, children playing, stereos thumping, phones ringing, footsteps clomping, beer cans opening, and I never realized just how much I'd missed it, until it evaporated overnight. I turn down a street and pick a house at random. Door is unlocked. I step inside. I drift slowly through the silent house, its furnishings layered in a gray film of dust. There's a red sofa in the living room, along with two small green armchairs. A mahogany mantelpiece stands above a small hearth, covered in trinkets, candles, and picture frames. I pick up one frame in my hand. It's a simple family photo, one of countless, taken by millions of families who used to exist. A father and mother cradle their two infant children in their arms, a sleeping baby girl and boy not more than 2 years, who stare in wide-eyed confusion at the camera. The parents gaze down at their two children, a sea of love brimming in their eyes. All gone. Their hopes and dreams ended. Everything they built slowly decaying in neglect, and no one to remember them. I put the picture back on the mantelpiece and turn to the door. I pause. I then turn around, pick it back up, and then leave. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it.
Are you sure? Are you for sure? You can sit with me on the Azure throne now. Are you sure you wouldn't like that better? My kitty catter. Baby. No, seems like he's committed. Are you committed to leaving?
Bella really does act like a princess sometimes. Because Bo just, like, runs out, and she slowly walks out and looks back at me and continues walking. Oh, interesting. Arith says, this story makes me think of a Thanos snap, except if he did it to everybody but the narrator instead of half the people. That's a really interesting point. But, like, yes, let's chat about the story. I quite liked the story. I'm glad to see you back as well as Shinny. I was looking for Shinny's notes and I just see my own note. This helps. I guess I'll just start on that note. So I made that note because I've talked about before how I like it when a title like adds information or like creates a different angle of looking at the story than the story itself gives. Now, it shouldn't be information that that is completely necessary to the story. And granted, maybe we have to think about that in this case. Excuse me. But, like, this title sets you up to go, oh, okay, so he's the last man on Earth. Without that, then we'd have to... I mean, granted, yeah, like, it is... Yeah, no, it does say. Like, it is pretty clear. Like, hey, on a day like this, I would do that, and it all evaporated overnight. So, yeah, it is... I think that people would still get to that he's the last man on Earth. But I do think that the title just saying, hey, here's the story you're getting into, works really well for me and sets things up, yeah, quite well. The sun is high, the sky is bright, but I'm so cold. I like that because it kind of creates this image of a more, like, emotional, spiritual coldness that, like, hey, the sun is high, the sky is bright, like... There is a physical warmth, potentially, but, like, I'm cold, I'm lonely. I think that works very well. I really like him reminiscing about what he would be doing on a day like this. It's not just like, well, on a day like this, the kids would play, and the turtles would swim around. Instead, it's like, what would I do? And that makes it more personal and emotional and sad. A little nitpick. You do say chattering riverbank here, and so then to use the same exact word of no chatter in the next paragraph, I feel like doesn't quite work because there is chatter from the riverbank. It would be very easy to fix, just use a different word than chatter, for, no humans talking, at least if that's what you mean. So, let's see, do I want to talk about this now? I think maybe I'll wait until the end. I really like you mentioning, two specific countries that are, granted, I don't know exactly how far away they are from each other, but I think far, and so it's like, yeah, like a small village in the middle of Bavaria to, like, a great megacity in the Indian subcontinent. Like, it kind of implies that he's been to both. I guess we don't know if it's a he. Homie has been to both. And I think that adds to the horror of this. It's like, I've checked. There's nobody across the world, or at least across, multiple countries. And that's very powerful and sad. I like the image of the rich colors of people who gave them life. It's not, the houses can still have color, but in truth, the color's all gone because the people aren't there anymore. I think that's very beautiful and sad. I love this image of I never realized how noisy humanity is, and then these very specific examples that, I guess some of them are more general, but, like, the specificity of, like, engines and beer cans and stuff like that, I think really puts a striking image into your head of, like, oh, yeah, there's so many little things, like, something as little as just that, that beer can opening. I'm realizing now as I say that I was envisioning a soda pop sound, but no, it's a different sound. But yes, all these little sounds, and the ascendaton, you know, not using any ands throughout that, I think works very well. And then, you know, I really like I never realized just how much I miss it until it evaporated overnight. I like that idea of like, like at first maybe he was like, humanity, it's so noisy. But now they're like, actually, like, I would like noise, any kind of noise. I do feel like one of the main questions, we're talking a lot about questions, so I guess we can talk about it in this sense, is how is he still alive, or they, how are they still alive, and nobody else is, seemingly. Now, granted, like, I don't know for sure if Homie has traveled the world, so maybe there are other people that they just haven't met, but especially because of the title, you know, presuming that they really are the last, I guess the last man, you probably would have said the last woman on Earth, so I guess that's why I think this character is a he, so maybe I could say that. But anyways, yeah, so, you know, we don't really get any information on why they're alive but nobody else is, and like saying, yeah, it all evaporated overnight, I'm like, I'm gonna need more than that. Like, I think it works for the sentence that it's in, and it's like poetic and stuff. But as an actual explanation, and this is the only actual explanation we get, like, I feel the need for more than that. And honestly, even something as simple as just the main character themselves thinking, I don't know why I'm alive and nobody else is. I think that it would work quite well. Of course, maybe not as satisfying as actually getting an explanation, but I would go, okay, yes. Author knows that this is a question. The character also has that question. It will not be answered. You know, that works for me. Oh yeah, and we don't know exactly how long it's been and stuff like that, so we don't know how much time they've had to look for other people. I think the description of the house works quite well. And I like the, you know, one of countless taken by millions of families who used to exist. I especially like the baselineness of exist, that you could have said something like, you know, taken by countless, millions of families who used to live even, or love, or laugh. You know, but just the baseline of just used to exist. There's something very powerful and beautiful about that. There is something a little bit awkward in the phrasing here. So the comma didn't actually used to be here. So it was a father and mother cradle their 2 infant children in their arms, a sleeping baby girl and boy, not more than 2 years, who stare in wide-eyed confusion at the camera. Especially without the comma, I feel like I'm getting very mixed signals, because 2 infant children, like, you know, babies that can be held, versus a sleeping baby girl and boy. It sounds like that applies to both of them without the comma. Not more than 2 years. Okay, well, you know, sure, not more than 2 years could mean baby. But that kind of implies they're close to 2 years, which would be more of a toddler than an infant, and, you know, not something not the baby you're holding. And so I don't know if what you meant is sleeping baby girl and a boy of not 2 years. I assumed of not more than 2 years. I assumed that was the case. That's why I put the comma there. So sleeping baby girl and a boy not more than 2 years. But even that also has a little bit of confusion of, well, cradling 2 infant children versus there's a sleeping baby and a boy of not more than 2 years. That doesn't seem to fit. What's the opposite of live, laugh, love? Die, cry, hate? I guess so. But But nonetheless, despite some confusion in there, I do like the details about, you know, you could have just said it's a family photo. I like getting a little more info on how many members of the family there are and that they're staring in wide-eyed confusion at the camera. A sea of love brimming in their eyes. Beautiful phrase there. And then, you know, very sad and tragic of, like, all gone, all their hopes and dreams ended. No one to remember them is particularly sad, but there also is, like, a hope in there, and the fact that, well, you're here to remember them. Like, I don't know if there's a distinction between, like, well, like, homie didn't know them, so how can they remember them if, you know, they didn't know them? But on the other hand, well, at least they have the picture, and so they can remember them in that sense. And then, so the ending here is very interesting. Because, on the one hand, like, my first impression was that I really like it. That it kind of adds this hope to it. That just putting it back and turning to the door, there is this, like, somber kind of despair of, like, yep, like, leaving it as it is. Like, nobody to remember them. But bringing it with the main character kind of has that idea of, like, I'm going to remember them. I'm going to remember people. You know, that kind of thing. But I also could very much see readers reading that and going, why? Why did you pick that up? Why would you carry that around? Like, symbolically, it's very beautiful and hopeful, but, like, practically, you're not gonna want glass in your pants. You know, you're not gonna want glass in your bag or however you're carrying yourself and your things. And, you know, what would be the practical reason to carry around a picture of a family you don't know? Granted, maybe the reasons aren't practical. But I do think that there's kind of two sides of one, like, this is a great ending because, yeah, like, you know, just putting it on the mantelpiece works perfectly fine, but going back and grabbing it adds this hope to it that is really neat in this dark story. But on the other hand, it can just make you go, but why though? You know? Around 231 glass in your pants. Oh boy. So something I wanted to talk about overall is, like, this reminds me of a lot of things. One of the strongest things it reminds me of is 5 in Umbrella Academy. This is kind of a minor spoiler. I recall this being explained in episode 1, I think. I guess it might have been 2. But it's kind of the premise, actually. That 5 can teleport, and so he, as a kid, he gets cocky, and he's like, you know, his dad is like, hey, like, you should be careful with those teleportation powers, like, you don't know their extent, you don't know how they work, and 5 is basically like, that's what you know, Dad, and, like, runs down the street and teleports like crazy, and ends up teleporting to the end of the world, to the apocalypse, and he can't get back. Kitty. And he, you know, like, goes into a department store and finds a mannequin, and, like, that's basically, like, his wife at the end of the world and stuff like that. And so, but I always found the little scenes of him alone, you know, in a ruined world to be very striking. And so this definitely reminds me of that kind of image. This particular phrasing of the trickle of water still remains, especially because I just mentioned it in the Castlevania video I recorded last night. It reminds me of Alucard's speech in season 2. Oh yeah, it's gotta be season 2. Where he's basically saying, like, you know, what the world would be like without humans. I don't know if I could find it if I just tried to... Well, actually, I probably shouldn't look it up, because I might get spoilers for season 2. But basically, like, he's saying... Trevor says something along the lines of, like, oh, yeah, like, the world's gonna, you know, disappear. The world's not gonna be here. And Alucard goes, oh, the world will still be here. You know, and things along these lines. Like, again, I don't remember all the examples, except for animals humping in the undergrowth. But, you know, trees will still rustle, and, you know, the brooks will still babble, but you will not be here. And so this is very much that exact image, right? And I always found that speech of his, like, that's still one of my favorite parts of an amazing season. And so I found that image very striking, and so I like that. The other thing it reminds me of is there are some YouTubers that my family and I have been watching. They're called Kara and Nate. They are travel YouTubers, and they went to Chernobyl, and it's extremely, you know, striking and tragic to watch. But just seeing,
There's a baby.
you know, they basically, like, they're, you know, they're only going to places they're allowed to go, and, like, they have a guide and stuff like that. But you can go into the houses, you know, that were evacuated and stuff like that. And there's just something, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, you have to watch the video to get the feeling. But there's just something so kind of disturbing about seeing these houses and, like, the dolls and the beds and things, like, decaying and, like, just left. You know, like, it's not like a house that all the furniture is gone or, like, everything's packed up. Like, this is clearly, like, a place that people just left. And seeing everything, like, kind of in medias res almost, and seeing it be left, like, it's very unsettling. And even, and, like, I think, if I understand correctly, like, a lot, if not all of those people were evacuated. And so it's not even the sense of, like, oh, like, the people died, but it's, like, the people are hopefully, you know, got out in time. And that's why they had to, you know, leave in the middle of everything. But even thinking, like, oh, you know, the people are okay because the houses are left like this, it still is really unsettling to see these houses just left like this. And it even kind of came up again in they went to I forget what the town is called, but the smallest the town with the town with the population of 1 in America. And they also they got permission to, you know, look at some of the houses, and they were kind of similar, and it also was very unsettling. And so, and, like, my mom had also, I was thinking about Chernobyl as you know, I was watching this, and my mom was like, this reminds me of their videos in Chernobyl. I was thinking that too. And, like, yeah, I don't know that you guys will get what I'm saying unless you actually watch those videos. But I'm saying all this because, like, one thought I had as I'm reading the story is, like, this is super tragic and awful, but I guess one benefit is, like, you have all the houses to yourself, and you can get the best furniture and the best everything because nothing costs anything because you're the only person on Earth. And then I remembered those videos, and I'm like, even if you're going into the houses and being like, yeah, this is a swanky place, I think that feeling of, like, you know, just how unsettling it is to be in a house that was left, you know, in the middle of everything, and it, and there's nobody in it, and it's left to decay. I think that feeling would be there, and the thought of, like, that feeling that I got through a screen, you know, just being everywhere, that being the whole world is like, whew, that is not a good feeling. And I think that, yeah, I think that really works for your story. So yeah, I liked your story. I liked the somber, tragic vibes. I think it worked quite well. I think it's a good return. All right, what folks have been saying? Five time travels. Oh, gotcha. Is that what it was? That, like, Five was messing with time travel, and his dad was like, you could do it with space, but not time, not yet. And he's like, that's what you know, Dad. And then he time travels 5 times until he gets to the end of the world. I mean, yeah, like, that's very possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what the direction this story went. That's kind of why I ask, like, that's kind of why I ask, okay, how did everybody else die and you not die? Because, yeah, like, there are ways for the world to end that leave A, no people, and B, no nothing. And so... Yeah, and so having it be everything is around, but not the people, except for one, is a big question of like, okay, how did that work? Like, what was the apocalypse that allowed this to happen? Sort of thing. And like, that's kind of the thing with 5, right? Is that everything, as I understand it, like, all the people were killed. The only reason that 5 is there is because he time traveled there, not because he survived the apocalypse. Yeah, so... that's the big question. Yes, most of the people from Pripyat and its surroundings were evacuated. Gotcha. Looks like there's a movie trailer for that over here as well. Alright. Good story, Shinny. I apologize for my nose continuing to not cooperate. Let us go on to Dani's story. Are you still here, Dani? Alright. A city. By day. 329 words. Through dense forests, where the ground scarcely saw sunlight, and where I barely saw the ground itself through the thick bushes and vines and thorns, in between granite monoliths, dolomite giants that had memories, thousands of years ingrained in them, I finally found it. A city, not quite whole, and not wholly a ruin just yet, where children once cried and laughed and played and screamed and argued, where the adults baked and cooked and, over fine wines, talked for hours on end, where they joked and loved and hated, the city where they lived and where they died. I can still hear the rain, like pebbles bouncing on roofs that once stood tall, yet now they would crumble beneath the souls of ordinary men. The sun watched from a safe distance, cowering behind the trees in the evening when I arrived. I saw homes left to be rotted by time, as if they meant nothing, some of them reduced to nothing but dust. Through the cracks in the cobblestone grew wild, colorful mosses and lichen, flowers of white and lilac. In the middle of what once was a town square sat a lonely and faded fountain, filled with only what the rain had brought, and cherished only by the frogs below the water. How many hundreds of years did this place stand strong? And how many thousands have passed since its fall? How long ago did I leave it all behind? How many nights did my mother lay awake, wondering where her daughter may be? I'm sorry, Mom. I wasn't here for you. But I'm here now. I sat for hours on the edge of that fountain, like I did as a child, gazing at the setting sun, thinking about what I made you next. And whatever that may be, I knew that I would always find my way back home. I would always belong. I would never be lost in the whole wide world. Throughout those moths and monsters... Why did it sound like I was going to say mantras? Throw those moths, monsters, and your favorite mantras. Chamber the story if you loved it. Alright. I don't know how easy it is to see the blue from this angle, and especially for things as small as commas. But I think 90% of these commas are commas I added, and you might have noticed me in the middle of the story. There was one I added that was a problem. So... I guess I'll talk about that first. So this story is really good, and like my critiques are pretty nitpicky about it. But I guess like something overall about the story is the story had very few commas, and so it definitely needed those for me to be able to read it properly and not read it as like everything flowing into each other. I don't know that all of my commas and fixes are totally correct. Especially this. I think that how you had it without the dashes, that was probably correct, but this sentence is so long that I just put that in there. I guess we'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, so that's definitely just an overarching thing about the story, just to quick mention that, yeah, be careful of your commas. You know, a beta reader could definitely help, you know, do what I did for you, potentially. But anyway, so I really like this story. I think it's very atmospheric. I mean, the city, the story is called A City, and it is, in fact, vibes about a city. It was advertised well. Oh yeah, I put a little reminder here. I've noticed a couple times, this is just a thing for people in general, not about the story itself. I've noticed a couple times now that when we have a new person or we have a returning person, they won't get any reviews. So I've talked about before, like, this is why I created the 0 through 1 reviews, 0 to 1 reviews, needs heart, needs love, tag to notify people, hey, this person hasn't been reviewed, please review them. And granted, like, I think that especially new people, I don't know if they're like, is it okay to use that tag? And some people forget and stuff like that. I even forget to use it sometimes. But yeah, like, if you see a new person, make sure you check out their story. And if you see that they don't have any reviews, please do consider reviewing them. But anyways. Alright, so first sentence. So I guess I'll say the critiques for that first sentence first, that there's a lot going on in this sentence. And I feel like the kind of thing that happens, and you guys can disagree, it's beautiful. And there is a coolness to going, I found it. So, like, there is something neat about that and, like, making your audience wait kind of thing. And all the descriptions in there are beautiful. But I think what happens when you have a sentence that's this long is that the reader kind of zones out when they get to a certain point. Whereas if you just separate it into multiple sentences, then I think the reader finds that much easier to absorb and will not zone out with the same info. I do think that the part that I put in dashes that really felt like is getting to be a lot, because, like, this is beautiful. Like, I absolutely love this image of Dolomite giants that have memories of thousands of years ingrained in them. Like, that, I love personification, both in a more literal sense and in just, like, the literary device way. So I love that image. But it ends up getting lost in this huge sentence because it's like, okay, like, that is a new piece of information unrelated to anything. Because as is, I, through dense forest, where the ground scarcely saw sunlight, where I barely saw the ground itself through the thick bushes of vines and trees, in between granite monoliths, I finally found it. You know, like, those are all, okay, setting details, right? Of the ground, scarcely saw sunlight, thick bushes, vines and thorns, granite monoliths, all that setting details. But then you, like, personify the monoliths and make a little aside for that. I do think that that's probably the most likely place where you're gonna lose people in that sentence, because it's like, okay, we had a whole new thought there. It's a beautiful thought. I love the thought. But we don't need it in the inside of a same sentence that's about totally different thoughts that's already quite long, if that makes sense. And the other critique I have about that sentence is that you say I twice, that it actually isn't I finally found it. It's I finally found it. So yeah, I definitely take one of those I's out. But like I said, the images in that sentence are very beautiful. I do really like a city not quite whole, but not wholly a ruin just yet. I love the specificity of that. I really like your polysyndeton here of the and. I think that's great. I like the image with the adults as well. The city where they live, the city where they died. That's all great. One thing that I have to like scratch my head about is that both the things the children do and the things the adults do, and both the polysyndeton sentences end negatively. The kid's sentence ends with screamed and argued, and the adult sentence ends with hated. And if that was intentional, then that can totally work. Like, I don't know if you're kind of trying to imply, hey, like the city fell because of that, and the city fell because of the hatred and the arguments and stuff like that. But it seems like, and we'll talk about this in a sec, but it seems like our main character doesn't really know why the city fell. And so, on the one hand, that would make it work if that's why the city fell. On the other hand, I'm not sure it works from our main character's perspective if they don't know why the city fell. What else did I say about it? Oh yeah, it kind of gives this image that it's maybe not. So the thing is about lists like this, whatever the last thing you land on is the thing that will leave the strongest impression. And so that means that the strongest impression left by both of these sentences is negative. And so that seems intentional. And so it ends up kind of seeming like, oh, like, wait, like, we have all these things, they're crying and laughing and playing, but if we're ending on the screaming and arguing, then does that actually mean that ultimately, in the end, this wasn't a pleasant place? I don't think that was your intention, because in the end, there's this idea of I'm not lost because of this place. Oh yeah, and the other thing about it is, even if she does know that, yes, like it is the screaming, the arguing, the hatred, that is what led to this place being a ruin. Well, right now, the homegirl is reminiscing. She's kind of being like, wow, this place, this is my home. And so it depends on who you are, so maybe some people would do this. But I feel like when you're in a reminiscing and nostalgia frame of mind, you're not going to be thinking about everything that sucked. You're not going to be ending on, oh yeah, but I remember this wasn't a great place, you know? And I know I am being a bit nitpicky on this because, like, to be completely honest, I didn't notice it the first couple times I read it. But I think it's a really interesting thing, and a really interesting thing to discuss, you know, with writers, and a thing for writers to think about, so I wanted to bring it up. It's also interesting because this also relates to the Castlevania episode that I filmed the other night. There is this line in Nocturne, I think it was in episode 7, where Richter goes, the hopes, the pains, and the shit, the love in this house. And I adore that line. And in so many ways, and of course I talk about it in the episode, but the hopes and the pains is a little more like generic and like, okay, yeah, there's hope and pain around here, like that's cool. And the shit, like that, the vulgarity of that, and that it's so different from the more generic and lofty hopes and pains. Like, I don't know, it's just really creative and brings things to a different level where you're like, I was there in the muck, you know, kind of image. But if he ended the list there, then it would kind of give the impression of like, oh, like, the shit's the most important part. Quotes from Kaylee. And so it would leave kind of this negative impression of what he's talking about. But the fact that he pauses, period, sentence end, and goes, the love in this house. Like, and that the fact that it's, you know, period, a new sentence, a new way of phrasing it. And it's not just the hopes, the pain, the shit, the love. You know, like, that wouldn't even, like, even though it would end on the love, that wouldn't be that powerful. But pausing and going, the love in this house, makes that last one so powerful, at least to me. I feel like that's exactly the kind of thing that you were going for, or that you would have benefited from in these lists, because that seems like the love in this house is the emotion that our main character is left with. And so doing something like that, you know, and going, yeah, you could do something very similar of like her children once cried and laughed and played and screamed and argued and hugged their parents at the end of a long day or something like that, you know, I think could work really well and assure that their readers are left with that impression of positives or reminiscing, you know, kind of thing. This sentence as well, and I might be being a little too nitpicky on this one, but this sentence also feels like it got away from you a little bit. Yeah, so I can still hear the rain like pebbles bouncing on roofs that once stood tall. Love that image. That's very beautiful. It makes me think of the movie Planet 51, where rain literally is pebbles. But yeah, I can totally get that image of rain sounding like pebbles, and it's very striking. Hi, cat. What are you doing? Yet now they would crumble beneath. So the sentence is about the rain, right? Like, I can hear the rain. Those are kind of the two subjects, me and the rain. Yet now they. Okay, so now the roofs, let's go back to the last subject. The last subject is roofs. Yet now the roofs would crumble beneath the souls of ordinary men. It feels like the sentence switched subjects in the middle, and so it makes the sentence feel a bit disjointed. And it also, there's kind of an element of a roof, something high, crumbling beneath boots, beneath something low. I like that. I think that's very, that shows you just how ruined the city is. Though granted, you do say it's not wholly a ruin yet, but it does show you what a ruin it is if the roofs now crumble under boot. But that, I do think that makes it a little more like, wait, they? What's the they refer to? And it almost, like, when I first read this, I read the they as referring back to the pebbles, because pebbles are more likely to crumble underneath boot, you know? So I do think just simply separating those into two separate thoughts, I think, would do you a lot of good, because they're both great thoughts. And one thing I do like about it is that it does give this progression of, before it was only the rain destroying the roofs, but now the roofs are so low that boots can destroy the roof, not just the rain. I do like that, and that is a benefit to that progression, but still. Originally this said covering. I assumed you meant cowering, and if you did, I love that. Once again, I love personification, and so I love that image of the sun cowering, you know, a safe distance away. That's so cool. Kitty, you want out? Is that a plane? I think it's a plane. I absolutely love the image of the fountain here. The cherished only by the frogs below the water is probably my favorite image in this piece. I especially love the verb cherished there. I think that's so cool. And then I do like filled with only what the rain had brought. You know, nobody's maintaining it. Nobody's putting water in there. It's just what the rain had brought. I think that's a very beautiful image as well. I can totally imagine the kind of like dirty, scummy fountain that the frogs are, but frogs are frolicking and enjoying it. I like that. Okay, so this paragraph here. So I like, you know, what's being said here. I like this image of like how many hundreds of years did it stand strong. and how many thousands have passed since his fall. You know, I like that speculation. I think that's, I don't know, striking, interesting. And this is my other favorite image of the piece. You know, how many nights did my mother lay awake wondering where her daughter would be? Especially because this is kind of a twist. This is kind of a reveal that the main character used to live here. And so I think it's very powerful, and it's emotional, right? It's not just an image of like, you know, wow, I used to live here, you know. Yeah, so it's not just that image. It is, whoa, my nose made me lose my train of thought. Yeah, it's not just like, I used to live here in the city. It's this emotional image of, I'm thinking about my mother. I'm thinking about somebody who used to live here, who I cared about. I'm thinking about the pain that she must have been in. Like, there's a lot of empathy and relationalness to that image that I really like.
You just went out. Now you want back in?
But the critique that I have for this paragraph, which is kind of a critique for the story as a whole, but it's especially prevalent in that paragraph, we have no idea how and why this city can have been crumbling for thousands of years, and our main character to also have lived there. And, you know, and we also don't know, like, why she left, why she was gone from the city, and how she came back. It seems like either she was lost to time, like there was some unintentional or forced time travel that happened. And then she came back. She's like, okay, I need to go back to my city. And it's like, oh crap, you know, it's been thousands of years. Or the main character could be immortal. If they are immortal, I don't know why they would have not gone to their hometown for thousands of years unless they were prevented from it. But neither are explained or even really that strongly hinted at. And I do feel like the story works without it, but I also feel like that is something the story really needs, is just some little nugget of, okay, how are these things true? How are these things true at the same time? That our main character lived there, but it's been thousands of years. And that goes along with the questions thing, right? That's a question for the story that I feel needs to be answered. So I really like the "I'm sorry, Mom, I wasn't here for you." Like, that continues with that empathy, that emotional aspect that I think is very beautiful and touching. That I love that's the angle you're going for. But I do feel like this line doesn't really work for me, because I'm going, okay, I'm sorry, Mom, I wasn't here for you. I'm like, oh, that's so sad. And then I get to, but I'm here now. And I'm going, fat lot of good it does now. Because usually when you say that line, I'm like, I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you, but I'm here now. Like, it's happening, like, during a hug. It's happening during, like, oh, yeah. I don't know, like an estranged father, like, hugging his son and being like, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you, but I'm here for you now, kind of thing. And so it doesn't really work to say, I'm here now. You're not here for your mom, you're here at a crumbling ruin. So unless the mom is somehow there and still alive, which is not stated anywhere, like, it doesn't matter that you're here now, because you weren't there then. Like, what matters is being there for Mom. It's being there for the person. It doesn't matter that you're there in the location. And so I think that it seems like, you know, what you were trying to do is, like, add some hope into that sentence. You know, it's very sad to say I wasn't there for you and just end it there. And so it seems like you were trying to go for this hopeful place. But I think it works for that line to leave it in that sorrowful place, you know. I'm sorry, Mom, I wasn't here for you. I wish it didn't take me centuries to get here again. You know, you could maybe, like, hint at or explain or show the time travel stuff. Or I wish I got here sooner, or just, you know, the thought brought tears to my eyes. I think sticking with the sorrow there and then adding hope in that last paragraph, I think would work better, because trying to add the hope makes at least me go, why is that hopeful? I don't think that's hopeful. Actually, in fact, you saying that is less hopeful, because it sounds like you're saying being here in the location is more important than being there for your mom, and that's not the case. And then I have a similar critique for this line here. So, whatever that might be, I knew that I would always find my way back home. I would always belong. I would never be lost in the whole wide world. I do think that's a really beautiful ending. I really like, that idea of I would always find my way back home. And, like, even if the world is wide, it's different, I still can find my way back to the place of my childhood. I think that's beautiful and wonderful. But belong seems like an odd word to put there, because, again, there's kind of a relational human element to that, of I would always belong. Like, belonging, you belong with a people group, you belong with a friend group, you belong with your family. And so saying, like, I would always belong to this rotten heap of rubble, like, that doesn't really follow for me, That's not really a place that you belong to. And if you do, like, you're probably, like, I don't know, a necromancer or a villain or something, and she doesn't, maybe she is, but she doesn't give off those vibes. And so that kind of undermines to me a little bit of the hope of the end, because, like I said, I like the hope of I would always find my way back home. Like, sure, it's a ruin, but I have something to hold on to. I have a place to come back to in this scary wide world. But the belong part is like, well, again, I mean, it goes back to the, like, empty houses thing. Like, I would be shocked if anybody feels like they belong in a sad, empty house. And so, that seems odd to me. I know there's an ad incoming. There it is. The hope, the pain, the shit, the love is the new live, laugh, love. I will not be taking questions at this time. Thank you. Nice. Palathemus. I look every time I see Wolf says, I'm here now. Oh, I see what you're referring to. I'm here now. Hugs a random skeleton. Palathemus. Every time I look at the stream chat without context. Incredible. I love it. Well, that's delightful, Arith. It says it reminds me of a comic thing I saw where a guy spends 10 years learning necromancy, raises his grandma as a zombie. She reveals to him her cooking secrets and helps him cook delicious food. Incredible. Oh yeah, Arith's not here during the ads, is he? I should wait. I mean, there is a kitty underneath the... Well, maybe I can pick you up. Let me try and pick you up, kitty.
Oh, it's a baby. Right there. Yes, he is. You're a cutie, Bella. This is kitty. Yeah. He's starting to purr. Yeah, precious little kitty cat.
I'd put her up to the microphone to try and get you to hear her, but I'm scared she'll just jump off if I do that. Now I see there's new chats, new messages in the stream chat, but I can't remove my hand. I can't look or she'll get up. I feel like that should be the stream thumbnail. Just me snuggling the bell. Okay. Alright. I can still hear you. I demuted the small screen. I don't always do that. And commercials ended early for me again. Now they officially end too. Fair enough. But yeah, that's a super cute story idea. But yeah, so I think Wolf was referring to, like, me critiquing but I'm here now, and it's like, you know, you've got nobody to, you're not there for your mom, and so it's like, I'm here now! Hugs a random skeleton. Fair enough. But yeah, so, like, I really like what you're going for here at the end, like, I'm sorry I wasn't here for you. And, like, yes, this place may be a ruin, but it was still my home, and there's still beauty and nostalgia and, you know, a sense of, like, I don't know, certainty or, yeah, just, like, unlostness, of foundness to being there. And so, like, that makes a lot of sense. It's just the here now and the belong stuff that makes me question a little bit. I'm also curious, because on the one hand, I really like that it's a twist, and especially the line that is the reveal of, you know, how many nights did my mother lay awake is so gut-wrenching, and so much more so that we don't know that the main character used to live there. But I do wonder if it would overall improve the story to give, you know, to not have it be a twist, to have it be like, I remember these streets, and, like, I would sit at this fountain and read my favorite books and stuff like that. And then maybe that would allow you to explain why she hasn't been here. But I don't know. I do think the story works as is, and I do think you do a good job of making it, aside from the time travel question mark, making it quite self-contained and just a beautiful description of a city that I can get invested and interested in. I like the story feeling like she fell through time. It's from a YouTube channel called Punky Doodles, I think. The comic. Why does that name sound familiar? Is that is she the same person who made the, like, I can't even remember what it's called now, but the comic about, like, the alien who comes to Earth? Or is that Lavender Town? I'm not sure. I've watched dozens of their videos. Why is it sounding familiar, but then not, I'm not fully connecting. Her comics are mostly... Oh, yes! The shorts! That's right. Yes. Yeah, they do lots of necromancer animations. Indeed. Send that to me. Now, if you can find the grandma necromancer short. Send it over. Alrighty. Thank you so much for submitting, Dani. Oh, no. Alrighty. Lavender Town is a Pokemon thing, but also a YouTuber. It's with an E. It's, as far as I understand it, it's one word with an E. Alrighty. Now it is time for Steel Bulwark's story. And I see your name is the last message sent, so I think that you're still here. Alright. Needed respite. Aegis of Alastor's vessel. Ashikkon / Steel Bulwark. 346 words. Rebecca took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, allowing the chill breeze to dance at her lips. The first frost of the year is around the corner. It has been a long time since I've been back here. This used to be your home, didn't it? Matthew asked, pulling his horse alongside hers. He enjoyed the sight of her golden hair fluttering in the breeze, and the green-tinged tips glittered in the light and made her seem almost like a fairy. Long ago, perhaps. I've made the road my home, though. And she turned to him with a smile. It never felt quite right to let my roots grow into the frostbitten loam. Rebecca turned her eyes back to the road ahead of them. There was a long way yet to the nearest township, but she was sure they would make it by sundown. How about you? We've been wandering between governorships for a while now. Are you looking to turn your blade to plowshare? I don't think that's in the cards for me. After we set things in motion, my home may not even be standing. Matthew's voice turns a bit dour as he closes his eyes. Layla's likely dead, and most of the orphans have scattered since I got them out of Admirari. A shadow has definitely fallen over the capital since Zephiel took the throne. A king who should have remained crownless. Rebecca nodded solemnly, her smile never leaving her face. You and yours have lit a fire that might wither that darkness, though. A fire that will burn that cursed city to the ground. A curse that shall be broken and washed away with the ashes, though, Rebecca reminded him. You may wonder now, but you are no more lost than I. A silence fell between the two, only broken up by the clop of their horses' hooves. You sound much older when you try to comfort people, you know, Matthew joked weakly. I may sound old, but I'm still full of vim and vigor. Rebecca's laugh came easily, renewing Matthew's flagging spirits. Throughout those moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. I'm so sorry I messed up on the fluttering thing. This is one of my favorite images of the whole piece. I'm so mad I accidentally said glittering twice instead of fluttering. Ashikkon, is it preferred to use this instead of Twitch chat? Either is fine. I see both. Whichever is easier for you. If you have any questions, I don't think you had notes on the story. Okay, I was like, where are my notes on the story? Okay, so it doesn't look like it did. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them here in the chat. You're good. I enjoyed it. I'm glad to hear that. I don't know if you can hear my tummy rumbling. I ate just a piece of bread at the break, and I was like, I don't know if this is gonna be enough. It sure wasn't. Alright. This is a neat story, Ashikkon. Very, very cool debut. I'm definitely curious to read more about this universe. Alrighty. I really like the image of chill breeze to dance at her lips. I can totally imagine the chill, coming over your face and, making your lips feel chapped and stuff like that. That's a great image. I like, the first frost of the year is around the corner. That puts, the story in a place in time. It creates this image of this, like, autumn going into winter sort of atmosphere. And, which is, like, a very specific vibe. And then it kind of starts to tell you, it segues well into what we're about to talk about. And I didn't even do this intentionally, but it's kind of neat how each story leads into each other. That Shinny's story is about someone at the end of the world, walking around the world. And then Dani's story kind of had similar, like, descriptive walking around a ruin vibes. And then Dani's story was about, like, a place that used to be the main character's home. And then this story is also about a place that used to be the character's home. So that's kind of neat. I'm gonna say the line again because I want to redeem myself, even though it's not in the actual reading. He enjoyed the sight of her golden hair fluttering in the breeze as the green-tinged tips glittered in the light and made her seem almost like a fairy. Like I said, this is one of my favorite images in the piece. I have been rewatching Jacksepticeye's playthrough, the first one. Well, it's technically not his first one, but the first one on the channel of him playing Elden Ring. And so that image of her hair totally makes me think of that one shot of Mikola. It's it's not an actual shot in the game, but it's like a promotional thing. I'll see if I can find it. It shouldn't be too hard to... Well, I there's the image, but it has a it has a circle on it. Oh, there we go. Well, that image is less high quality, but it's good enough. This one of him riding Torrent and, you know, his beautiful golden hair fluttering in the breeze. But in her case, there's a little green at the back there. Okay, go back. And then the green totally is a little fantasy, a little fairy-like, and so that's interesting. I also think it's kind of interesting that you're talking about like her hair being green, and then I let my roots grow into the frostbitten low. I don't know. I was kind of connecting those images a little bit. Very, very like descriptive and pretty image that. I like that we're getting like little bits of setting info as they're going along. That we have just her taking a breath, and then him on his horse and watching her hair, and they're thinking about going, okay, where can they go to the next town? Can they make it before sundown? Like, I think this is a very good and natural way to bring the setting and the character descriptions in there. I don't know if you've heard me talk about it, but I often talk about how character descriptions should usually, and actually setting in general, should usually be the first things to go, because generally they're not necessary to the story and will just cost you words and not be that important. I think this is a great way to include it. I never had the thought of like, this shouldn't be included. It just like really added to the story, made it feel more vivid. I can like you know, with the Mikola thing, I can totally like picture them riding along on their horses and stuff. And then I like the conversation that she's kind of going like, hey, you know, we've been wandering for a while. Are you thinking of stopping? Kind of thing. So I do feel like this section. Oh, I don't have my comments out. This section is where I have my most critiques, and I see what that's saying there. I'm gonna be honest, I thought this story is very well written, and I also have no idea what's going on. I think, and you could correct me, but I would guess that this section is also the culprit of why that happened for you as well. Because I don't know if I would go so strong as to say I didn't know what was going on, because I did feel like I had enough of a sense of what was going on. But I'll talk about the confusion that occurred. So I don't think that's in the cards for me. That totally works. I'm like, okay, he would like to keep wandering. After we set things in motion, okay, we as newcomers don't know what that means. We don't know if that's, you know, did they set a war in motion? Did they set, I don't know, an experiment in motion? Did they build an orphanage? Did they set things in motion to make their traveling circus do good? You know, there's a lot of things that could be set in motion. And so we have no idea what that means. And then the next part of that sentence is, my home may not even be standing. Well, whoa. That sounds like you set something bad in motion. You know, that sounds more like you set a war in motion. Like, what's up with that? Like, how did your actions lead to your house, you know, burning down? That's intense. And then Layla's likely dead. So I actually already said my critique for that particular line that, well, actually, I'll come back to the names. But we don't know who Layla is, and so we know that clearly this is somebody he cared about, and so we're like, okay, somebody he cared about is dead. Most of the orphans have scattered since I got them out of Admirari. We don't know what and where Admirari is. We don't know who the orphans are. I can get the meat of the sentence, which is people I care about, are either dead or scattered, lost. So what do I have to, return to? That works, but I feel like the specificity there is a hindrance. I think you could even quite simply say, all the people I cared about are likely dead or scattered. I think that would be a lot more understandable to newcomers. I'll talk about this because I've been talking about it. Most of the orphans. So, the does work here because it's dialogue. Because Rebecca knows about the orphans. And so he can say the orphans because they have been established to Rebecca. But they have not been established for the audience. And so even though you did not use it incorrectly, there is kind of an element of what I've been talking about for the last couple weeks of, like, the orphans. And the audience is going, the orphans? What orphans? I don't know about these orphans, and then, but, I could kind of get the impression that, maybe he was an orphan so he cares about them. Maybe he was, like, taking care of them or helping at the orphanage or something. And a shadow's definitely fallen over the capital since Zephiel took the throne. So, this is the line that really hits me as, like, I feel quite lost. They're not lost, but I feel lost. Because that doesn't seem to have to do with anything that was just mentioned. He's saying, we set something in motion. So that's not something King Zephiel set in motion. That's something we did. My home might not be standing. So, like, they set something in motion that led to some negative effects, intentional or not, or, like, means to an end kind of effects or not. Okay, Layla's dead. Orphans are scattered. Something about this location. Yeah, a shadow has definitely fallen over the capital since Zephiel took the throne. I'm sitting here going, what does that have to do with anything? I'm kind of assuming that the things they set in motion are something to do with Zephiel. That there was a bad king, they set things in motion to maybe depose the king, or to assassinate the king, get his crown off his head, sort of thing. And in going after the king, that led to, the king retaliating and burning their homes to the ground or something like that. But this is all me speculating. None of it is clear. And so I'm just kind of left to scratch my head and speculate. And so I do need more of a transition there to understand that. And Zephiel really is the name that hits me as he doesn't need to be named. So there are 3 names here together that don't need to be named. And I think that could potentially add to me feeling lost at this point in the story, that I wonder if without them I would feel less so. So let's start with Layla. So I did talk about this in the midstream question already, but I don't know who Layla is to him. Clearly somebody he cares about, but no idea who she is. And so saying the relationship, saying my mother, sister, friend, lover, or something else, like whoever she is to him, saying that, the reader could immediately go, oh yeah, like that's terrible that, your sister's dead, sort of thing. And then, like, since I got them out of Admirari, so Admirari is a beautiful place name. I like that a lot. I think that's very creative, but we don't know anything about him getting them out of anywhere. We don't know anything about the orphans. And so it doesn't really need to be mentioned that he got them out of anywhere, let alone name dropping the place that, they were gotten out of. And so just saying most of the orphans, my sister's likely dead, and most of the orphans or the orphans I took care of or loved or something to convey what's the relationship have scattered. and just leaving it there, I think would work better. Or, as I said, you know, most of the people I love are either dead or scattered. Could also work. And then, you know, a shadow has definitely fallen over the capital since the king took the throne, or this current king took the throne. Like, I do understand maybe there's something a little bit awkward about saying the king took the throne. But that's something that's a little more, you know, generic and relatable that I can go, okay, yeah, there's a bad king. Versus, like, me going, okay, who's Layla? Who are the orphans? Where's Adrilanka? Who's Zephiel? You know? Rather than going, okay, people you care about are dead. This king sucks. You know, I think that's more relatable. I do like your use of the poem here. I didn't really notice it in a lot of the stories. And granted, I don't know if the fact that I noticed it is a praise or critique, but I like it. I like the line. And then now we have you and yours. And so this also kind of adds to this idea of who's doing the setting in motion. Because here it's we. Okay, so Rebecca and Matthew, maybe some of their friends or some people around them, they set things in motion. Okay, well, it's actually Zephiel who set things in motion by him taking the throne. Wait, no, it's not Zephiel. It's not we. It's you. It's you and yours. And so that contributes to me feeling lost for, okay, what exactly happened here? What's the backstory here? What's going on? I do like your use of the poem here as well with wither. I do like that image of a fire that can wither the darkness. I can totally imagine darkness like shriveling. It's a very cool image. I'm kind of torn on this part as well, because on the one hand I do quite like that cadence of a fire that this. Oh, a fire. Like, so a fire that this. Well. You lit a fire that might wither the darkness. A fire that will burn that cursed city to the ground. A curse that shall be broken. You know, that is kind of cool that they're bouncing off of each other and picking those words, and that makes it feel more like a poem and stuff like that. But it also does kind of contribute to me feeling lost. I'm kind of like, wait, okay, a fire, you've lit a fire. Okay, that fire will burn the city to the ground. I guess that's Zephiel's. You know, a curse that should be... Wait, what curse? Okay, the curse upon the city. I guess that's Zephiel. You know, I have to take a second to go back and remember what they're talking about. But maybe that's just me. I do like that image of washed away with the ashes. I think that's a neat image. I do like that image of, you know, you may wander now, but you're no more lost than I. That's a great use of the prompt of she's kind of renewing his spirits and going like, you know, he seems a little down and like, yeah, like, we're doing the right thing, but you know, it had a cost, and she's kind of, reaffirming like, we did the right thing. Like, this is right. You're not lost. I think that's neat. I like the image of the cloth of the horse's hooves. Great verb there. This part I'm a bit torn on as well, because I like this image of you're so much older when you try to comfort people. I think that makes sense as an interaction between friends and is a cute way to kind of go from this more serious place to a more like humorous or lighthearted place. Regardless, that's a fun character trait. I like that. But my critique for it is that we have no idea how old she is. And so I don't know if she is a child who is sounding like an adult, or if she's like a 20-year-old who's sounding like a 40-year-old. You know, I don't really know what I'm supposed to be getting out of that. And going back to the whole Elden Ring thing, so like in Elden Ring they have this very they talk with all like the these and thous and kind of older English ways of talking. This isn't that, but it feels like it's one step away from that. You know, It never felt quite right to let my roots grow into the frostbitten loam. Beautiful, image and phrasing, but definitely not a phrasing that we'd hear in modern day. And so that muddies how old they are, because that alone makes her sound extremely mature and well-read to me. But that might just be how everybody talks in this world. And so, this might be casual to people, even though it doesn't sound casual to me as a reader. And so, like, the way that she talks to a newcomer makes her sound old from the beginning. But also, that's exactly what he's saying. Like, you sound very, very mature. You sound much older than you are, and so maybe that's exactly the point. But yeah, so like, I like the line, I like the idea, but I also don't really have a frame of reference to go, oh yeah, like, she's this age and she sounds older, and so I don't really know what to picture. It also is kind of funny that I used a Mikula image for her, when maybe that's more accurate than I think. If you don't know, Mikula can't age, and so he's an adult in a child's body, basically. Oh yeah, and the Vim and Vigor thing, like, very, very pretty, again, like, very pretty and cool, like, sounding line and well written, but definitely sounds like something, like, I don't know, like an old lady would say. And not something that a child not even something that a child who's imitating or sounding more mature would say. And so that also is like, okay, like, either this is a world thing, like the whole world has this way of talking, and this is casual for the world, or doesn't seem like she's a child. It doesn't seem like she's young. So not really sure what to feel about that. I do like the ending of, like, it's renewing his spirits. That's kind of the overarching idea behind the piece as a whole, is that she recognized, even if the audience doesn't recognize, she recognized he needs his spirits lifted, and so she does that, and she explains, hey, you're not lost. And I do like that kind of the climax to the characters is, you may wander, but you're not lost, rather than that just being. And, I've loved the stories where that's the whole story is about that. But I think it's unique and different that this story is not just the whole story is that, but also, like, the character needs to hear that. That's comforting to the character himself. Let's see what folks have been saying. I didn't have any notes, but I was curious about if the imagery and flow were stable enough. I haven't put pen to paper in almost 4 years. Whoa, yeah. I mean, especially, like, this is really good. Like, this is good even if you wrote last week. But it's especially good if you haven't written it in 4 years. Rebecca's speech pattern is kind of archaic, even in this setting. Gotcha. Well, I think that works. I'm curious why. I'm glad to hear that you could enjoy the pictures in your head. Indeed.
Kitty.
You ate a slice of bread for a snack. Concern. Nah, I did. Yeah. I don't know what to say. Layla, Matthew, Rebecca, Zephiel. Together we ride. Intensifies. I'm not sure exactly what that refers to. You got it in one that I could have been more precise. I don't know if you're talking to Miko or me. But great little, well, not debut, but return, story. Very, very fun, very atmospheric. Very interested to hear more from these characters. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I don't think we have 4 unlocked, but And I'll check, but as far as I know, this is the last Saturday. Yep, this is the last Saturday of the month. So, I think I'm just gonna unlock Spectre's story with my monthly powers. You mentioned that you thought maybe Zephiel was the curse and that they were setting a rebellion in motion, hence why I said you got it in one. Oh, gotcha. Well, that's good. So you did have enough clues for me to get there then. Yeah, we need a returning from absence tag for people. Yeah, totally. Alrighty. Pilgrimage. Mortal kin. Lianne. Spectre. 348 words. It was night, and Lianne stood at the shore of a vast lake, the end of which she could not see, quarterstaff in hand, her boot tapping the ground impatiently. She kept glancing up at the lighthouse, as if expecting it to have gone out, but it was still shining brightly. Finally, she could make out the single-masted ship, making its way towards her on the titanous lake. Lianne leapt onto the pier and walked forward to meet the ship. For another eternity, the ship approached the dock and docked, lowering the wooden plank. I apologize for the late arrival, a man, presumably the captain, said as Lianne stepped aboard. Better late than never, Lianne replied. And here I thought you wandering pilgrims preferred to walk, the captain said, looking Lianne up and down, likely noticing her orange and brown pilgrim's outfit. This is a lake. Why not walk around? I've rounded the lake already, Lianne lied. Couldn't find what I was looking for. Maybe the water provides an answer. Trying to find your path, sister? The captain folded his arms. How can I be lost if the wandering is the goal? Lianne smirked. Wandering pilgrims, like the one Lianne was pretending to be, were all about conducting religious service through wandering. The idea was to pick a direction and just wander, as a form of looking for enlightenment. There were no temples, no holy sites, no specific goals to visit. As to a wandering pilgrim, the entire world was a holy site. For Lianne, however, the guise of a wandering pilgrim had become something else, a method of survival as much as a search for enlightenment. How can I be lost if I have nowhere to go? The captain directed Lianne to a cabin, where she placed her things on the floor before taking off her boots and wanderer's coat. She lay down in the hammock, staring at the ceiling. It's ironic, she muttered to herself. Spent so long wearing the mask of wandering pilgrim. I am becoming my mask. Would that really be such a bad thing? Throw out those moths and monsters cheer for the story if you love them.
Kitty.
Can you hear her when she meows outside the door? I don't know if I should make an attempt to blow my nose again or if it would just come up empty again. Is Kaylee a bit quiet or is the TV on my end too loud? Yeah, feel free to answer. Miko says, all those names are in the same, technically, Fire Emblem game, and Together We Ride is an iconic song for the series. And Ash says, yeah, I really like those names, but they're all in Fire Emblem 7. Fair. None of them are the same characters, though. No, I can't. I hear the door meows. Well, I heard that one. Well, this is no longer a door meow. This is an actual meow.
Right now? This is an actual meow.
By the way, I'm wearing headphones. You're wearing headphones and your hearing is very good. We'll set a bit, yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, I greatly enjoyed this story. Let's read Spectre's questions. One, I tried to go a little bit more into the lore of the wandering pilgrims of this world. Did you find that confusing or out of place? What do you think of the concept as it's laid out here? Two, there's a lot of mystery around Lianne and why she's constantly on the move. Do you think I left enough hints for this story? 3. Initially, I had the idea of Lianne meeting a fellow wandering pilgrim and them having a conversation instead of her waiting for a ship. I ultimately cut it because I felt that version was a bit too monotonous. Would you have preferred that, or do you think this is serviceable? 4. The line at the end, I am becoming my mask, is supposed to show the prompt. In essence, Lianne is becoming the wanderer. But where she first wandered because she felt lost and simply to run away, now she wanders in active search for identity. Did you catch that? 5. Any other critiques or remarks? Okay, I'm just gonna turn my head down my gooch, that was fair. So feel free to answer those questions in the chat. Let's see. I like the first sentence. I think that sets the seed, the story up well. I don't have very many critiques for this story, but the lighthouse line is one of them. Originally it said, expecting it having gone out before. That definitely contributed to it being awkward, so I fixed that. But that does feel a little odd for the story that she would imagine that, that she's expecting the lighthouse to go out. Because it's one thing if there's like a little candle that you're expecting to go out. But a giant lighthouse, it seems a little weird she's expecting it to go out. And the metaphorical image there of she's expecting the hope to go out doesn't seem to fit with the vibes of the story going forward. I am curious why the ship is willing and able to go to pick up one passenger. But I do like the image. I like pirates and ships images. So this paragraph worked for me. And then, so this is really interesting because this story is very direct about the prompt. And I can sometimes critique stories for doing that, for being obvious about it. Because I like, when it's a little more subtle and woven in and stuff like that. But this really worked for me. And it's really interesting that there are there's two uses of the prompt, right? And they're both a little more blatant. But we have Lianne, wandering and not being a pilgrim, but she's just wandering. And then you have this whole idea of the wandering pilgrims that she's pretending to be and how the two combine. And I just really like it. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but it really works for me. And I guess I'll start by answering your question of going into the lore of the wandering pilgrims. It didn't feel out of place at all. I really liked it. And your exposition paragraph here, really works. It's very, it's relevant to the story, right? Because we've been talking the whole stream about, make sure that your audience is asking questions that you're going to answer. And I feel like that's exactly what this story does, that we're kind of going, oh, I thought you wandering pilgrims prefer to walk. And you were like, what's a wandering pilgrim? And then that gets answered. And, oh no, Dani missed, their story. Okay, I'm gonna attempt to blow my nose and see if it works this time. So let's turn on the tunes again. the song finished. It worked that time. Could you guys hear me that time? Can you hear me through the wall? Also, it looks like Pirate Software who made Heartbound and this soundtrack. Well, I don't know if he made the soundtrack or if he, like, you know, commissioned people to make songs. Looks like he's live. I wonder if he's live on Twitch. That could be kind of fun. We could raid him. Oh yeah, so to answer your question, like, it doesn't feel out of place at all. Like, you're I'm asking the question of what a wandering pilgrim is, and then you quickly answer that question, and it's very relevant to what's going on because she's pretending to be one, and that's kind of what the conversation is about. So it really worked for me. Where did my mouse go? There you are. And I really like just this idea of the wandering pilgrims that, you know, usually pilgrims are on a pilgrimage to a specific site. And so having a wandering pilgrim in your world, that it's not that they are making a pilgrimage to a site, it's that their whole life is a pilgrimage, or maybe a good portion of their life is a pilgrimage, and the pilgrimage itself is the point, not the holy site, because the pilgrimage is the holy site. The whole world is the holy site. That's so interesting and neat and works really well for the prompt. Let's see. And then, like, I like how striking this image is, because, like, presumably it's a decently sized lake. And so to say, actually, no, it says Titanus earlier. Here I thought you wandering pilgrims preferred to walk. And we're like, interesting information about the wandering pilgrims. This is a lake, why not walk around? And then you're like, wait, walk around a Titanus lake? Are you nuts? And then she's like, I've ran to the lake already. Like, that's the more believable lie for a wandering pilgrim. Like, that's really interesting and neat that, you know, that puts in perspective just how far these wandering pilgrims walk and like to walk, you know. So, let's see. So, I feel like this is quite nitpicky, but, you know, not much to critique with nitpicks. So, couldn't find what I was looking for. Maybe the water provides an answer. Trying to find your path, sister? So, first of all, couldn't find what I was looking for. Feels a little odd when she's posing as a wandering pilgrim, and it seems like the point is the wandering. And so, a pilgrim wouldn't be looking for anything. And so, for her to say, I couldn't find what I was looking for, seems sus. And then for her to say, maybe the water provides an answer, seems extra sus, again, when the whole point of wandering pilgrims is presumably to use your feet to walk around places. Now, if it's okay to wander by boat, if it doesn't have to be by foot, then that works fine. But that's unclear. All we get is that they need to walk around, and so it seems like he should be sus of her, that she's like, yeah, I couldn't find what I was looking for, maybe the water provides an answer. And it's like, well, wandering pilgrims don't look for anything, and they will be labeled a heretic if they go by any method than walking. I don't think you're a wandering pilgrim, you know? And then the trying to find your path, like, kind of feels a little redundant because it kind of feels like already what he's been asking, but it also is like, it works better than what she said, because, like, you know, you can want to find a specific path to wander, but it does seem a little bit like, you're looking for your purpose, which is like, well, that doesn't seem to be the point of wandering pilgrims. I think him saying, lost your way, sister, is like kind of an ironic thing, like he's laughing as he says it, like, oh, like, did you lose your way? When they both know a wandering pilgrim can never lose their way. And then she says that, you know, lost your way, sister. How can I be lost if the wandering is the goal? And they laugh together, you know, that, I think that could flow a bit better. I do like that line, how can I be lost if the wandering is the goal? I really like this line of wandering pilgrims like the one Lianne was pretending to be, because it's not entirely clear, like she does lie here, but it's not entirely clear that she's pretending to be something she's not. And so I like the just coming right out there and saying, like the one Lianne was pretending to be, works very well and it flows very well. It's not a, hey, yo, she's pretending, but it flows in the sentence of, like the one she was pretending to be. And then I do quite like that dialogue tag of Lianne lied, that we know, oh, hey, wait, this isn't true. I think that works very well. And then, like I said, that explanation worked super well. And I like that idea of the whole world's a holy site. I think that's great. And it makes sense as to why she would pick that disguise. That we get the answer to that question as well. That she is trying to survive. Yeah, she's trying to survive, but also it would be nice to find enlightenment on the way, and this feels like a fair guise to put on. I really like the mirroring of how can I be lost if the wandering is the goal, which is, the lie. How can I be lost if I have nowhere to go, which is the truth. I also like that it kind of rhymes a little bit. I guess it doesn't quite rhyme. It's just like goal has go in it. But I like that. I like that a lot. I think that quite works. And then I like the idea that she is becoming her mask as well. I do have a question there because, either the whole religion is just wander, or, there's a religion and the wandering is a part of the religion. And if there's a religion and the wandering is part of the religion, well, as long as she doesn't believe in the religion, she's not becoming her mask. But if the whole religion is just wander, then yes, then she technically is becoming the mask. Either way, I do like the line. I do like that idea of okay, I've donned this mask of the wandering pilgrim, but now that's kind of exactly what I'm doing. That's maybe not necessarily a bad thing. I think that's, that works really well and is neat and really wraps up things well. That we have the explanation of the pilgrims, we have her own thoughts that are different, she's pretending, and then we have them merging at the end. That works as this little mini arc to the story. I don't know, this feels nitpicky, so I don't even know that it's a worthy critique. It felt slightly weird to me that she says this out loud. Now, granted, she's just muttering it to herself in her own cabin, so even though she's trying to keep it hush-hush, presumably nobody's hearing her. But this does feel kind of like something she'd be thinking to herself, that putting it in italics and thoughts, the I have nowhere to go, might have worked better for me, but that's nitpicky. It works as it is. Going back to your question, so I answered the first one. There's a lot of mystery around Lianne and why she's constantly unmoved. Do you think I left enough hints for this story? That depends on what your goal is, because you left enough hints for me to understand this story as it is, to understand and enjoy the story and not feel like I had questions that weren't answered. But if I was supposed to understand from this story the reason why she's wandering, I don't feel like I got that. I don't feel like I feel like I understood that she was constantly on the move, and we'll talk about kind of the emotion behind it in a second. But I didn't really get what she's running from or what she's hiding from or why, she's disguising herself. Initially I had an idea of Lianne meeting a fellow wandering pilgrim and them having a conversation instead of her waiting for a ship. Ultimately cut it because I felt that version was a bit too monotonous. Would you have preferred that, or do you think this is serviceable? So same answer that I had for your chapter for critique group this week. I can't really say if I would have preferred it unless I read it. I liked this. I think this worked. That could have worked too. It could have worked better. It could have worked worse. But in this particular case, I don't know unless I read it. I'm interested in that, but I don't feel dissatisfied with what you gave me. Along at the end, I'm becoming my mask is supposed to show the prompt. In essence, Lianne is becoming the wanderer, but where she first wandered because she felt lost and simply ran away, now she wanders in active search of her identity. Did you catch that? So, I did not catch that she was in active search of her identity, especially because of this line of, how can I be lost if I have nowhere to go? That's very somber and kind of despairing of, like, I have nowhere to go. And I don't know that's how you meant it, but that's how I ended up reading it. And so, I lost my train of thought. Oh, so it doesn't seem like she's actively searching for a positive. It doesn't seem like she's wandering because of a positive. It seems like she's wandering because of a negative. She's hiding, she's running, she has nowhere to go. I do like that idea that it's like, hey, pilgrims are searching for enlightenment. They're trying to get something out of the wandering. And so her becoming a wandering pilgrim would mean that now she's actually looking for enlightenment. She's looking for something. And so I now that you say that, I can understand that that's what you meant by saying that she's becoming a pilgrim. And I do like that, but I didn't quite get there myself. So yeah, great little story. I liked it a lot. I think it was a great use of the prompt. Very fun. Good job. I considered it, well, actually, wait, I should be looking at the chat. If the ship is small, maybe one passenger is enough. Fair. Dani, I just woke up. Oh no, yes, you missed your story, so you'll have to go back in the VOD. Steel Bulwark. I too passed out midstream. Give us head pats if acceptable. Very cute. Give a handful of Xanax with it too. Oh gosh. Also, Klaxon used to be a trademark name, but went the way of Kleenex and Band-Aid. Curious. Random. I don't know what that means. He's abandoned it? This says, I checked the Steam page for this game. Apparently he's abandoned development with it unfinished. On the, like, recent shorts, all the time, I see him, like, you know, working on it. And I mean, maybe I've been interpreting it wrong, but I see him talking about it and being excited about it and seemingly, like, developing it more, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm interpreting that wrong. But anywho, it is time to reveal the prompt for next week. Oh, really? Bulwark says he's still working on it, but he's been in some controversy lately. I didn't know that. I don't know what that's from, but I just see Wolf posted a GIF that just says, walk, 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 walk. Oh, I see where you put the my mother was a grill in this chat. Oh, yeah, that's true. Kleenex and Band-Aid are still brands and you can't name your product that. Yeah, true, as far as I know. Alright. In third place, with 14 votes, we have Let Me Stay. Neat prompt. Reminds me of the I'm here now hug. Good one, but not our winner. In second place, we have a tie between Point of No Return and Addicted to a Dream. I quite like both of those as well. Definitely, ad. Not now, ad. I quite like both of those as well. Definitely worth submitting those again. But our winner with 25 whole votes, pretty big margin, is The Art of Poisoning. This one has been one in the polls quite a while, but never won until today. I saw at some point here in the chat that Wolf said... I don't know where it went. But Wolf said he had a lot to say about this one, and you were the submitter, so do say what you wanted to say. So I did see some folks saying that they, were kind of disappointed in this one, that this wasn't really the one for them. And I'm curious, because I actually quite like this prompt myself. And I'm wondering if you guys are thinking of this prompt as just, like, literal poisoning. And it being about the art of killing someone through poison. If that was the only way you could take it, this prompt actually would probably get vetoed for being too specific. But that's not the only way you can take it. You can also take it to mean, like, poisoning someone's mind. So that could be, poisoning someone's mind. And I'll take a pause on that. So, discussing the prompt. Let's first discuss that literal way. So this could be about, an assassin poisoning someone. This has a very, like, teacher idea, like, let me teach you the art of poisoning. So you could write about, the teacher assassin teaching the novice assassin how to poison. There are lots of different ways to poison someone. It could be poisoning the king's goblet, without his taster getting in the way. It could be, poisoning someone very slowly over a course of time, like in Crimson Peak, that the tea has poison in it. I guess that's a spoiler. I was thinking if I didn't name any names that wouldn't be, but I guess it was. I'm sorry about that. And poison can come in different forms, right? I think we usually think of it as a liquid thing, but you can have it in food and maybe gas as well. I guess, would mustard gas and stuff, like in the war, be considered a poison? If so, you could use it in that way as well. And then, there are different reasons someone might poison another. It could be, I just thought of something. But it could be, trying to kill them. It could be trying to cripple them or handicap them or incapacitate them. You could be wanting to kill the king to make the kingdom a better place. You could be, wanting to kill someone because they're, an abusive person or something like that. The thing I just thought of is, if you put magic into this equation, then you could poison someone with magic that doesn't kill them. That it could be yes, I'm going to give them a curse. And you could totally consider that curse poisoning them, but not actually killing them. And so that could be super interesting. But going back to what I was saying about poisoning someone's mind... that this could be about, instead of poisoning the king literally, you could be the, I want to say wormwood, but I don't think that's a worm tongue. You could be like worm tongue in Lord of the Rings, poisoning the king's mind against people. I guess there's also magic in that one involved too. Yeah, so you could be the advisor to the king, being they're creating a mutiny, my king, sort of thing. Or you could be, poisoning a friend's mind, against, against a certain people group or creature or something like that. Yeah, it could be kind of a monster thing of maybe a certain creature is considered a monster because, the world's minds have been poisoned against it. I guess you could consider that could be something a rumor could do. A rumor could poison people's minds against someone. like another thing you could think about is like poisoning with an emotion, or like something like hatred, right? That somebody can be like a beautiful person with like a kind personality and demeanor could be poisoned with hatred into a angry and vengeful person. Even something like fear could poison someone. That like fear can make it very hard to live. Like, I don't know, something like, I can't go out of the house because I'm afraid. Well, you've been poisoned with fear. You know, you can get poisoned with, with like an emotion and stuff like that. And the phrasing of the prompt is very interesting too, as the art of poisoning. So it's not treating poisoning as necessarily a bad thing, though we can come back to that. It's an art. An art, you know, tends to be a good thing, an elevated thing. Like, this is beautiful. This is art. There's a creativity to this. And that's part of why it makes me think of the teacher thing, that this is an art that I will teach you, sort of thing. Or this could be about somebody really proud of, you know, their art of poisoning. You could even have it be a situation where someone's being like super smug about them pulling off a poisoning, and that leads to people finding out about the poisoning and then their lives being saved, you know, kind of thing. So, you know, who would view poisoning as a good thing and as an art, and you can write a story around that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a good thing in your story. I mean, like, first of all, you could have the characters view it as a good thing, and then, well, I mean, it's objectively a bad thing, no matter what. But you could have characters view it as a good thing, but then show throughout the story the horror that they have wrought. You know... that kind of thing. Somebody might feel like, it's good that I, you know, have this hatred, but actually, you know, it's not so good, you know, kind of thing. Let's see what folks yeah, addiction actually would work super well. That someone, that's a really good use of it. That somebody, you know, can view it as an art. Well, actually, yeah, there's a couple of different ways you can take it. You could take it as like a drug dealer or somebody, you know, giving drugs to people who is kind of like in a nefarious way taking pleasure in seeing them get addicted, maybe because like they get money out of it, and so they're like, yes, this is an art. You give them a little and then they come back for more, you know, kind of thing. It could be like you could kind of do it from the perspective of the poison or the drug, and being like, yes, this is how I poison them. This is how I run through their veins, kind of thing. That'd be very interesting. But yeah, and it can be that kind of situation of this is a bad thing, but it's described as like, yes, this is the art of how to get someone addicted, how to get someone fully poisoned, you know. Poison in the sense of, you know, their minds are being poisoned towards the drug, but also poisoned, you know, in a literal sense of what they're putting in their bodies. An assassination classroom, if you will. Is that where you got the prompt? Nice. Hey, that's a famous anime that I actually have watched. Mako says, poison absolutely can be a solid, liquid, or gas. Yeah, so in that case, you could write, like, a war-type story of, that sort of thing, like gaseous poison. And Autumn said, like, I know that's dark with the addiction thing. Mako said, Autumn, addiction? That's light work in this group. Very true. I mean, look at the emojis I used. Like, for addicted to a dream, I used a pill emoji. For so long, I was like, I don't know if that's too much, because I was thinking of using a pill or a syringe. for the addiction part, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll use the lighter part, and I kept using like dream emojis, and this week I was like, I'm done using the dream emojis. I'm using what I want to use, the addiction emoji. I guess these poisons are a thing. They're also tactile poisons. Oh yeah, like, you know, it makes me think of like chloroform. That's like a tactile. Well, I guess that's a breathing. I guess that's a gas thing. But yeah, that's a great point of yeah, that yeah, that you can touch something and that can be poison. That, I mean, that's how it works with like poison dart frogs, right? And that actually is the difference between poison and venom in like animals. I didn't even think about the animals angle. That venom is like it bites you and then, you know, you get envenomated. But poison is if you bite it, you touch it, then you get poisoned. So yeah, that totally makes sense. Ghoulish says Wormwood is a poison, but the character's name is Wormtongue. Very fair. Arith has to go. I have a good night, Arith. No ad. Down. Mako says, isn't there a logic fallacy or something called poisoning the well? I'm not sure about the fallacy, but it's kind of the idea of like the well is poisoned, so now the entire town, you know, is dead. Is gonna die. So yeah, you could take it on a big scale like that for sure. Like the art, that maybe that's why the character views it as an art, is because they're poisoning a lot of people. Foggy, time to be degenerate and provide poisonous thoughts. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you could kind of like, that could be, I mean, that's a dangerous thing to do. So if you do this, then note that it might be too much for me to read on the stream, but it could be like a sexual, scandalous thoughts that like someone is, you know, wanting to be with someone in that way, and so they try to poison, you know, their mind, especially if this is like a very like upright, holy person, and they're like poisoning them with sexual thoughts, you know, that could actually work quite well. Spider people. Sexual thoughts, spider people. Just a regular Saturday in this group. But totally. Steel Bulwark says, also something to think about, medicine is often learning about what small poisons can be used to heal instead of hurt. That's a great point. Yeah, with like vaccines, there's like a small part of the problem, of the germ inside there, and so it gets your body used to it. That's a really good point and makes a lot of sense with the art thing, like the art of poisoning in small doses to help. Yeah, I like that. That opens up new avenues for the prompt. So instead of just poison as a bad thing, or poison as like a magical curse, it could be the art of it is to do, you know, a little of it that can do good, that can heal. Like how can poison be good? That can be an art. Yeah. Yeah, lead is a solid poison. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, Death said. I'm scared. All right, what's the stream chat said? Wolf says, the prompt, The Art of Poisoning, is a reference to a Creature Feature song of the same name, linked after this long boy of a post. While this may immediately conjure imagery of assassins, poison darts, and regicide, I do want to point out some other interpretations that are interesting. The first is the Pokemon Grafii, which covers its fingers in its poison saliva and draws patterns on trees and forests. It's basically finger painting with poison. Oh, so literal art with poison. That's neat. Yeah, there's different like literal arts that you can make with poison. Then there's mixology, where you combine different liquids to make cocktails, because yes, alcohol is a poison. I didn't even think about that. That totally works as well. That could lead to some really fun stories using alcohol as the thing. So with this prompt, I think you can go multiple ways. The first is focusing on art, which this can be a skill or a tradition, it can also be creative art forms. Maybe someone paints an art piece utilizing poisonous materials that become vapor when exposed to sunlight. Ink can be poisonous for the same reason some paints are. Also, poison doesn't have to be a substance. Poisoning the well is an informal fallacy that uses rhetoric to harm someone's reputation or credibility by spreading false information. Poison pen is a related phrase referring to defamatory or malicious writings. Yeah, so the ad can't be stopped now. Okay, so we got the fallacy thing, but that's kind of the rumor thing that I was saying of like making people think ill of somebody. Where did that go? Yeah, ruining their reputation. What was it that you said that I wanted to focus on? Oh yeah, that like it makes me think of like Mad Hatters using mercury in their art, right? They're making hats, they're making art, and it's poisoning them. Like the art equals the poison, and like a lot of paints had like lead in them, right? And so, or other dangerous things, or like makeup did, and so yeah, like literal art can also be literal poison. Hello, Coffee. It's too bad we're just and Sylvie. Hello, Coffee and Sylvie. Sorry, we're just wrapping up, just talking about the prompt for next week. That is a long comic. I'm sure that it is related, but I probably shouldn't read it all right now. Oh, you're rated with a party of 15. How awesome is that? Thank you so much. Yes. So we are just wrapping up, but FYI for if you want to join for next week, I am a Moth in the Archive, or Kaylee, or Antihero, and I host a writing group, so every week we have a prompt, and that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. And then we all write 3 to 50 word microfiction for said prompt. And then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. There's the ad. And I praise and critique them here on the stream. Oh, nice. I think that's a name for a raid. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, the worst time for both the ad and arriving. Raid train time. Oh yeah, you raid and then I raid. That's true. Yeah. Did you get any of that, Raiders? I guess I can look at the comic now. Oh, it's like a thing about vaccines. Yeah, I'm reading it too fast. I'll have to read it later. What do you mean by has text on screen? Like a writing piece on screen? And it's done for Foggy. Oh, but it's Fable Storyteller's birthday. Oh man. What do you guys the other one just has an image. Gotcha. What would you guys prefer? Tell me in the chat who you want me to raid. I'm leaning towards, giving a birthday gift to the birthday person, but it also would be nice to go to a new stream. Birthday gifts are great. Indeed. Cute little happy sharks and turtles. Alright, are we back? I do like that on this background, especially with these colors, the moth encore bar kind of looks like a moth, you know, with the background moths. It's part of the moth herd. Okay, but Raiders, if you didn't catch that, every week we have a prompt submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. We all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. And then we, you know, review each other and read each other's stories. And then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. So if you are interested in that, then don't hesitate to join our Discord. The link will be up in a second. One more thing to announce. If you're not read here on stream, you're not out of luck because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. Those happen in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. They're a great time. There's a lot more back and forth discussion on voice, and you can join and read your story to everybody else. You can select someone else to read it for you, or you can just hang out and lurk. It's a great time. Could be a good introduction to the server if you are new. But yes, join us or else your tea will taste funny. We didn't finish talking about the prompt? We didn't? What did I miss? I just saw the last thing was Death Said's comment, and I think I read through all your stuff. What did I miss? Oh yeah, I was talking about the paints and stuff. I don't think I had much else to say. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? We're talking about poison pens. Poison pen is a related phrase referring to defamatory and malicious writings. Yes, that works as well. That not just like a rumor or hearsay, but something written. Yeah, like writing can work quite well as poison in a lot of different ways. Like not just in the, you know, ruining someone's reputation way, but also in that emotional way of like a writing can cause someone to be poisoned with hate, sort of thing. Actually, as I come to think of it, this could be interesting. Somebody who, like, I don't know exactly, but, like, somebody who thinks, like, yes, you should hate, you know, this, might view, like, love as poison, might view something positive as poison. It's like, no, you need to keep your hate, you need to keep your fear, don't let their ideas poison you. And then that could also be an interesting take on that art side of like, well then, I guess I've perfected the art of poisoning, you know. that could be very interesting. But yeah, is there anything else besides the pens you wanted to discuss before we go on? Go on to raid someone else. Oh, what was I gonna say? There was something I was gonna. Oh yeah, about the backups. So I haven't like implemented it yet, but FYI, I might be doing a new thing with the backups where, in the past in Tale Foundry there was a bot that allowed us to record, people's stories. But that something happened to that bot, so we stopped being able to do that. And so here in Amida, we haven't been able to at all. But we're considering having it be a potential option to have Arith record your story and the commentary on it. I think that I'm going to have to make that a supporter perk, if not a high tier supporter perk, because I don't want people to abuse that and just be like, oh, I don't have to show up and you know, enjoy the community if I can just let them record it. So I do want it to be something that it's like, yeah, like to get that perk, I think you're probably going to have to literally pay for it. Yeah, that is a perk that I'm, that we're kind of working on implementing. So it seems like hopefully that should be a thing as soon as Arith is able to make it work. If and when that happens, unless Arith is already ready, then I'm gonna have to do something. If so, but if that does become a thing, then I think I'm going to have to make it so that in the backup queue that I'm probably going to have to add 2 categories. One is that you need to say if you're going to be there or you'd like your story to be recorded. And then if you'd like your story to be recorded, then you're going to be at the back of the list and give priority to the people who are actually there. And then also a section for questions that I heard. I haven't been on the backups in a while, but Arith was saying that there's not a lot of discussion that happens for the stories where the author is not there. And so there will be another category for questions. So if you're not going to be there, then you'll need to either put your questions there or put the link to your questions there so that folks actually have something to discuss. So FYI, that should, as long as we're able to make it work, that should hopefully be a thing that is coming soon. Dessa says, I mean, I think given how few of us there are, we could probably police any bad actors without too much trouble. That's fair. That's definitely a possibility. It was called Craig. Craig was creepy. Well, what was creepy about him? Just says, like, I need to go. I guess I have to miss the raid. Fair enough. All right. So what's your guys' vote? Do you have a vote on who you'd like me to raid? Yes. Have a good night. What are we showing on Discord? Yeah, it is quite late. Ghoulish says, Fable B-Day! Mako says, Starry. Alright. Okie dokie. Did that work? Okay. Alrighty, Roo. Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what you all do with this prompt. I hope to see you all next week. I hope that none of your glasses get poisoned. Goodbye.